in the courthouse where time stood still. Generations pass on the hill, prosecutors come and go, defense attorneys putting on a show. Old district attorney thought she was tight, came in to visit her at night. They said justice was blinded by her sins. As the trial spun, no one wins. Endless trial like a river flows. Truth and lies, nobody knows. Corruption, strict tight as a vice. In this endless trial, we pay the price.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Sound check. Sound check. Hello, everybody. Let's wait a few seconds and see if you can hear me. Okay, you can hear me. For some reason, microphone plugged in, headphones stopped work. So I'm just going to test stuff here. By the way, hello everybody. Yes, there is some I have technical difficulties trying to solve it. Okay, I can hear that. I can hear that. Okay. Okay, now seems like we are good for the moment. For the moment. And we are starting up with a new member, Erin Passeretti. Welcome to the Viking crew. And thank you for becoming a member. You now have access to all my members-only perks, as your own emojis, hundreds of hours of members-only content, and access to my Discord. All right. Let's see here. Let's get everything started. Dun, dun, dun. We are at day 160. The prosecution soared through witnesses yesterday, so we are down to 10. The 10 final witnesses of the prosecution's case in chief. Final 10. I haven't watched much of today. I heard of the gunshot residue guy. I've heard of the plea dealer. And there are some expectations that the final witness of today is going to be Investigator White Burrito. And that's about it. So, when we start this off, I know basically as much as you guys. So, you fill me in when you can, and I will interpret this faster clock as we go along. Tonya says it was a decent prosecution day. Okay, that's a change. All right. Recapping day 160. Recapping, which means playing in 1.25 or 1.5 speed, skipping through breaks, And if testimony is especially boring or absolutely has no bearing, let's go to cross-examination, where we will find out what actually happened. You still don't know who White Burrito is? That is investigator Vivorito, who is, for the prosecution's case, she is the one to tie everything together. Or he. I don't care. I don't care. So, yeah, let's go right into it with what happened this morning.
Was that just for y'all to communicate back and forth, or are there things that we need to take up and make a decision about? Well, I don't know who originally sent it, but.
So, yes, Your Honor, I was reviewing some of the stuff that is probably going to come in through Investigator Vivorito.
Okay.
And there were, I've talked to Mr. Atkins since then. I thought I was reviewing the redacted wiretap calls, and Mr. Atkins has informed me what's in that wiretap is not, or what is in that folder is not the redacted version. So, for instance, there was one of the calls had the nested hearsay with Rel. I don't know if you remember. We argued about Rel had told Dolly, and you had ruled that out, and that was still in. So I brought that to the court's to the state's attention, and they said it's, I was reviewing an unredacted version. There was one particular area in one of the calls that myself and Mr. Atkins have discussed this morning. It's basically Mr. Garlington is drunk, or he says he's drunk. He sounds drunk, and he's talking to a female, and he basically talks about a shootout that he's claiming on the 12th that he and Mr. Stillwell were in a shootout with people earlier that day. And I couldn't remember. We've litigated so much, I couldn't remember, and I thought maybe that was something I failed to raise. But Mr. Atkins' notes indicates that I did raise it, and you ruled it as a statement against penal interest of Mr. Garlington. Because to me, clearly, it's not a statement of co-conspirators, clearly spilling the beans. You ruled that it was a statement against penal interest. But per Mr. Atkins, your ruling was that all references to Shannon are to come out. And so that was something, again, I didn't realize I was reading going through the unredacted versions of those calls. But the state's going to have to clean up, obviously, before publishing it to the jury. There was also in one of the calls, it was the same call as the nested hearsay, a statement by Mr. Stillwell that when Mr. Farley's arrested, he needs to basically demand a lawyer. And then Mr. Stillwell talks about how when he was arrested, he demanded a lawyer. So I had concerns about that as well. And I believe
That seems, what's the state's take on that?
So, Your Honor, the state's in agreement of the part about requesting a lawyer.
Yeah.
Basically, the wiretap chart, there's only a few, like the nested hearsay that's mostly argued primarily by Mr. Harvey, and what we were just discussing with Mr. Sharp that have redactions. Most of them were either in or out.
Right.
And so this specific call with, let me get a working microphone. This specific call, I listened to, after Mr. Sharp sent this email, I listened to the portion of that call.
Not sure why the closed captions aren't working, but maybe it will start working eventually.
And the state agrees, Mr. Sharp, and redact the lawyer part. There is one portion of that call where after he tells, and by he, I mean Chan Stillwell tells Demikian, I requested a lawyer. They're talking about Miles Farley. He needs to do the same. That part I agree.
Okay, this is your husband's account. Well, I'm thinking back of how many times you have gifted memberships, and thank you for using your husband's account, Steve Keach.
Redact. At the end of that brief diatribe, he says, he doesn't need to say anything. I mean, he basically says, don't tell them SHIT. And so the state is not trying to argue someone asserting their Fifth Amendment rights, but the way that they're talking, it's not Farley speaking. It's two people talking about, hey, he doesn't need to tell them anything. The state's position is that specific line removed from lawyers is relevant because what is there for him to say if the murder didn't happen? That's the state, that brief portion. And so I can play it. I think the court's ruling, I don't think the court would need argument in terms of the court. It's a simple legal principle of just needs to listen to this. So I can email the court, CC defense counsel with the portion that the state is not agreeing to remove.
Okay,
So
do you
that
want to just, is it easy enough to just play it here now?
it is, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and will that take care of it? The rest of it, y'all got sorted?
I believe so,
Sounds
Your
like-
Honor.
Okay.
Okay.
6:35. In the beginning portion, the state is agreeing to redact, but just so you can hear that preliminary conversation.
Okay, so we're about to hear. I mean, it's the final 10 witnesses, and they are still litigating what they want to have in evidence. It always unprepared, always unprepared. Okay, he has premium. That's great. Yeah, I have premium as well because I enjoy that I can play all the content creators. I don't have to watch the ads, but the content creators will still get some ad revenue from it. That is really great. Okay.
I ain't know that. I hadn't. I say something like, hey, bro.
And that to me. So he got to do the same shit. Don't say not one word.
Yeah.
Move down on what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Yeah. I ain't know that. I hadn't. I say something.
Okay,
The portion about the lawyers is right before what we
all
start.
right. And that part will be out, but,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay.
They're like, you like, bro, I'm feeling probably can't listen, bro. No. They're coming for you want to talk, bro. Like,
Man, listen, bro. I told Baba, I'm like, hey, tell Buddy, do the same thing I did when I went in there. I told him, hey, I want to see my lawyer.
yeah,
My lawyer. I want to say nothing else to me. So he got to do the same shit. Don't say not one word.
Yeah.
Move down on what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't give legal advice, but that sounds sound. Get a lawyer, don't talk.
I ain't.
So there's two aspects of this, and the one that I feel strongly about is when he says he needs to do just like me and demand a lawyer. And I
Yeah,
think the
that
state's
part, they agree.
Oh,
is up.
okay.
Yeah.
so. I mean, as long as there's no reference to Shannon, exercising his Fifth
Right.
Amendment rights, then I'm fine with it. As long as we just keep the whole thing in, and when I say the whole thing in, minus the part about Shannon demanding an attorney, but Mr. Atkins summarized it by saying that Mr. Stillwell told get the word to Miles not to say, I think SHIT or something like that, but it's a little bit more. There's a little bit more context in that, and I would just ask the context.
Yeah,
And
and so, he says, do just like I did. Are y'all proposing to play that part? Because, okay, so it would just start with the man, don't say, okay. I mean, I think that part can be in, but the rest of it out. Okay. The Garlington talking to the girl, did y'all, I had already made a
Hi,
recommend on
Daly.
that, right? Y'all are straight on what's in and out on that one,
I
or
bel-
we need to address that?
So, Your Honor, I believe we handled a lot that day. And so when I was telling Mr. Sharp that the court's ruling was statement against penal interest of Garlington have to redact reference to
Mhm.
Shannon, I believe that alleviates
Yeah,
Mr.
that's
Sharp's
right. That's
concern.
right. Yeah, that was.
Right, if I could just get a version of it, just so I can listen to it before we publish.
Understood.
Okay. All right, so I think now turn into the how to handle the convictions that are either in or going to come in for everybody. All right, so Mr. Weinstein just sent a proposed limiting instruction about things that convictions of Mr. Nichols, that I agree, the convictions, I mean, they were only going to come in against him anyway, so they really shouldn't be in anymore now that he's not a part of the case. So do y'all want that whole, so that's that whole first paragraph. If everybody's fine with that language, fine. If anybody wants to propose edit, let me know. Does silence mean everybody's fine, or are you just still reading it?
The first paragraph, Your Honor?
Yeah.
The state has no issue with the first paragraph.
Okay. All right. Now, on Mr. Winfrey, I looked back at the argument and then what ultimately happened with that. And the state never actually tendered his conviction.
Oh, okay.
So I guess the question then is, they were sort of left with the impression that a straight guilty plea and not an Alford plea. And I think that's a misimpression.
Definitely.
Do you want me to try to explain anything to them about it now, or?
Well, my biggest concern, certainly I have a concern about the difference between an Alford and a guilty plea, but my biggest concern is, even if it wasn't admitted, the document wasn't admitted, there was testimony about him pleading guilty. And whether it's Alford or regular guilty plea, it's still a confrontation clause issue. It's still, we've been throwing the Jefferson case around. I don't have the site handy right in front of me, but we've been arguing it. That case has come up a lot in this trial, but it's basically an out-of-court statement of guilt by a person who's not testifying. So I don't think it was appropriate, even if the certified conviction was not admitted, I don't believe it was appropriate for the jurors to even receive testimony from Detective Raisi about Jimmy Winfrey entering a plea at all. So if there's no conviction, that's good. That solves that problem. But I would ask for some instruction that that there was some previous testimony and that should not be considered. I don't know what the term I would use, but it's no longer in evidence, and it should not be considered in the jurors' consideration in this case at all.
So a couple of things. Apparently, nobody told Judge Glanville until after the testimony about he pled guilty a month later came in that the Georgia Supreme Court had reversed that conviction and found it to be coerced. So that was maybe not a great way to approach things from anybody. But the fact that it was, I think it appeared from the context that the reason it was coming in that way was there was a suggestion that somebody had offered him like a car and a chunk of money. And so the suggestion was, and so then he immediately pled guilty, and it, was some kind of like trying to influence somebody or take the heat off somebody else or something like that. Was that kind of the?
Well, in Your Honor, obviously reviewed transcripts. So I'm going to defer, but I will say this. My recollection is that when there was talk about entering a plea at all, Mr. Steele was jumping up and down from the beginning about how wrong it was.
Well, he was, but he didn't actually let the court know that the reason he was so upset about it is because it had been found to be coerced. Maybe that's in the past, that happened, whatever. But
okay, but even if it wasn't coerced, it's still, I mean, this is an overt act. And right now the jury has been informed through testimony that someone who is not testifying has gone into court and said, I guilty. I did that.
When that's not really what happened.
Well, it's not really what happened, but even if it was just a guilty plea and it was the most bland guilty plea and nothing was done in the appellate courts, it would still be improper for Detective Raisi or anyone else to say Jimmy Winfrey pled to that, because that's a statement by Jimmy Winfrey, who is not testifying, and it was clearly as part of prosecution, and it's clearly testimonial. It's it's a statement he made in court. So I don't. There's two issues, but I don't think the issue is just the coercion versus non-coercion and the resentencing, but the fact that there was testimony about him entering a guilty plea is a major problem. So I just think all that testimony, if there's no documents, no certified conviction, that's good. But I think that the jury needs to be instructed that any consideration, there's to be no consideration of any testimony that Jimmy Winfrey entered a guilty plea at all,
Well,
or an Alford plea.
They weren't even told it was an Alford plea. And I think that is relevant, that he didn't even say, I'm guilty of this. He said, I think it's in my best interest to take this plea.
I agree.
Excuse me, let me just interject, just to say the case that Mr. Shard is referencing,
Yeah.
State v. Jefferson, that's 302 Georgia 435 to 2017.
So do y'all want me to, and I mean, I'd like to hear from the state as well, if y'all have something to add.
Your Honor, a couple things for the court's consideration is, one, the state agrees with the court addressing this matter. And if, as we have done with these limited instructions, we're
Hi, Naughty Brunette. I have subtitles on, but for some reason it's not generating anything, and I don't know why. I don't know why. So it's on, and don't know why it doesn't generate captions. Yeah, I don't see anything here that says it shouldn't be playing anything.
discussing now, this issue, for one, the state will not be addressing or arguing in closing, which is the only other time this can come up, about Jimmy Winfrey pleading
Okay.
under Alford, number one. And so to cure or rectify the testimony, I think the state's position is it's prudent as we are discussing, and if we can all, both parties can try to provide a proposed instruction to the court for the court's consideration.
The prosecution are never this nice. They know they've screwed up royally. They are never this nice to the defense. Oh, let us work together. He's all of a sudden have a very buttery, silky voice going on.
To come collectively or ultimately as the court decides what to instruct the jury related to that matter.
All right. Well, it may be today that we have to do that, right? So,
Right, and what we would ask, Your Honor, is that they be instructed that, one, the plea was under Alford, and that two, even though it was under Alford, they should still not consider that under the Jefferson case, Your Honor.
okay. So I think maybe the easier thing to deal with is the convictions that are going to come in against Mr. Kendrick and that have come in against Mr. Stillwell. And it looks like Mr. Stillwell's convictions were from, I don't know, a 10 SC case that was, when I looked back at this evidence, I could not even follow what was going on with that case because there were 3 different plea sheets that all said negotiated. The Senate sheet said non-negotiated, and the sentence was to different counts than the pleas sheets were. So I don't know. I would think the Senate sheet would control. Did y'all look at that? I mean, it's the certified copy, but it makes no sense. It's like the first page says he's pleading to counts 1 and 3. And then there's another one that is he's pleading to count 7. I don't know if it's count 7, but, and they're all the same indictment number. And then there's a third one that says he's pleading to count 9 or something. And then you go to the Senate sheet and that's not even what he pled to. And I don't know if it was negotiated or non-negotiated, which doesn't really matter. It's just really hard to follow what he even pled to there. One of them was definitely a gang count way back in the day. It didn't say which gang or anything like that. Then there was a 11 SC non-negotiated to burglary, a 13 SC non-negotiated to possession of marijuana with intent, and then a 19 SC that was mainly a guilty plea, but Alford on one of the many charges that was also non-negotiated. And that was like possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, which I guess maybe he was saying, I didn't know it was around. I don't know. And that's why it was Alford. But I don't know if we need an Alford explanation, given that maybe I don't know if you want me to highlight what it was or just say he had some guilty pleas.
It sounds like we have the explanation for Alford coming in.
Anyway,
Yeah, right. So
yeah.
I don't think we need to overly
Okay.
confuse
Okay.
the issues with that.
So then I think it would read certain guilty plea convictions are about to be admitted in this case, and we'll do it right before Mr. Kendrick's pleas come in, and how are they coming in? Are you just going to, is it going to be through a witness, or are you just going to tender them?
Your Honor, I believe the state's going to just tender those into evidence.
Okay. Is it one or more than one?
I believe
For
it's,
Mr.
I
Kendrick.
believe it's just one for Mr. Kendrick.
Okay. Well, then it would be a guilty plea and not certain convictions. A guilty plea conviction is about to be admitted in this case. A guilty plea of Mr. Kendrick will be admitted for your consideration and may be considered by you only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to counts 1 and 63. And then we would roll into, in addition, guilty plea convictions of Mr. Stillwell have previously been admitted for your consideration, and those may be considered by you only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to counts 1, 52, and 64. You may not use the conviction of Mr. Kendrick in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Stillwell. It is not evidence of anything against Mr. Stillwell. Likewise, you may not use the convictions of Mr. Stillwell in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Kendrick. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Kendrick. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him, not by what may or may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else. And then would this be the time to also say, and hey, by the way, jury, earlier in this case, a guilty plea conviction was entered, or guilty plea convictions of Mr. Nichols were entered. They were Alford anyway, not guilty pleas, but, and then basically say those would only have been, you could only consider those against Mr. Nichols. And so given that Mr. Nichols is no longer a part of this prosecution, they're really no longer in evidence before you.
Yes.
Okay. And then you also heard testimony about a guilty plea of Mr. Winfrey. You should not consider that against these defendants either, and just not say much more than that, or what do you think?
Your Honor, the state does believe to not highlight or revisit in the jury's minds that testimony. We're trying to tell them to disregard that. Keeping that instruction brief has merit for the purpose, and the state wanted to add, and I was trying to find, there was an older version that I believe Ms. Percival or the court had sent where what the state wanted to include was a brief line, not that evidence has been admitted, but if there's something for the jury to know that if they find other evidence outside of the conviction for in any of those matters, they can consider that.
Yeah. Okay. Thoughts?
My concern about that additional language, it just risks confusion of something that's already complicated enough, I think, for the jury.
I mean, I guess they can always ask about it when they're deliberating, if they are wondering. Take it up then.
I just need to add something important to the record. And Your Honor, I appreciate the attempts to craft a curative instruction.
Well, this I know about. Pay close attention. I'm playing this in normal speed. Pay close attention.
I just need to add something important to the record. And Your Honor, I appreciate the attempts to craft a curative instruction.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear, very clear on behalf of Mr. Stillwell on the record that while we do appreciate those attempts, we are not waiving any appellate issues regarding the admission of these convictions.
Understood. And it may very well be that we get through this whole trial, and if there is a conviction, that it gets reversed because of things that occurred before I was ever involved in. If that's what happens, that's what happens. I'm just at this point trying to, where there may have been something that could have been handled differently, try to the extent possible to remedy it now, so that when they are deliberating, to the extent possible, they're deliberating, understanding what it is they can and can't consider. But I understand that, and your objections are reserved and preserved on that issue.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. And also just as I know we have the Harvey rule, but just as a belt and suspenders, we have
Sure.
a similar stances.
Okay. Understood.
Mr. Short.
What Judge Whittaker just did there is telling the court, telling us, telling the world what Judge Glanville did on his time one or more or most of his decisions might render this trial, if people get convicted, automatically reversed on appeal. It is that bad, people. It's that bad. Just that she's saying it on the record tells me she herself wants this preserved for appeal. Now, it's one thing if the defense says it, but when the judge says it, whole other ball game. Whole other ball game going on now. Whole other ball game. Does Judge Whittaker now realize, oh, I should have gone back and actually checked his things, his rulings? Yeah, but she is now herself, what is it, almost 5 months into this trial, or 4 months into this trial. So she is herself preserving this. Could she make a ruling at any point in time? Don't know. But it will be interesting after the prosecution rests their case. The days between the state resting their case and the defense starting their case in chief, there will be motions, folks. There will be motions. I'm quite sure, I'm very sure of it, that addresses this very topic. And by a long shot, I don't think it will happen, but with her words on the record, who knows? Because an appeal in this case are years away if these guys are convicted. Years. Daily quick bites. I'm confused. Which state screw up are we on now? It is the plea deal that was reversed in Georgia Supreme Court. And then he made an Alford plea. I don't remember his name. You're not allowed to even hint at those things in trial. Because if a plea deal is reversed by the Georgia Supreme Court, judicially, it never existed. And bringing that up in another trial, no, it's a huge no-no. But Judge Glanville not only allowed testimony about that he allowed testimony about an Alford plea. An Alford plea is not an admission of guilt and cannot be entered as evidence at trial. So that is what they are talking about here. All right, let's continue.
All right. Will you be introducing those convictions before lunch? Okay.
They very well may not, well, no, definitely not. before
Definitely not
lunch.
before lunch.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
so that'll give me time to try to get specific language and not just what I off the cuff said just now. But
Wendell Taylor, if this Judge Noley knows this case can be reversed by the higher court and she stated it on record, why doesn't she call a mistrial with prejudice? As her other statement, she is trying to curate what Judge Glanville screwed up. So that is her, and this is apparently common among judges. They protect each other to get the trial to the jury. They try to curate any mistakes happen, and then when appeals court takes a look at it, and they might say, well, they screwed up royally, but she did try to curate it. So in this totality of the circumstances, it's not. They would grant an appeal. So it's bad. It shouldn't be, but that's the reality. If you don't want this reality, you need to vote judges like Glanville out, you need to vote prosecutors like Fannie Willis out. And you need to hold your local local politicians accountable. Sadly, that's the only option to make change. The ballot box. And Fannie Willis
Madam
just
Clerk,
won
we
a
are
4-year
waiting
or a
for you
2-year
to
term or
do
whatever it
that,
is.
Like at lunchtime of the two things I just said. Yeah, okay, great. All right,
Your Honor,
yes,
there was one brief matter
Okay.
that from when I was speaking with Mr. Shaw about the wiretap, there was 2 calls, and by my notes, they were referred to collectively as the UNC calls.
Mhm.
And the court's instruction from my review of when we argued these was the state intended to play these without redacting UNC statement, but the court had mentioned a instruction about, UNC's language in those calls is to give context to Garlington's response. And so the court had stated just a instruction when we play those calls that if these come in, there needs to be an instruction that it's only Garlington that you consider.
only Garlington's statement, only Garlington's, whatever he's,
Words or
words.
yes, Your Honor. And for everyone's notes, I have it as the first, there's only 2. PDF page number 635, which is March 17th, 2022 at 4:10 p.m. and PDF page 820, which I will get the date of that call, but I didn't have it in my notes.
Okay. So give me a heads up before those are going to be played so that I can give
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
monitor. All right, anything else before we get the jury in?
Just one thing, Your Honor. When we litigated the songs, I was obviously very gung ho about keeping them out. But I understand the court's ruling, and after my review, I just think it would be a more appropriate. And I know I was arguing only his words should come in,
Right.
but I view them as works of art at this point, and I just would like to, if we're going to publish the songs, just publish the entire songs in context.
The state has no objection to playing the entirety.
All right.
Okay, so we are going to hear whole songs maybe. I can't play those because my my stream
All right,
would
we're
be
checking to see
heated.
if all the jurors are here. Yes, okay, they are. All right, you ready with whoever your witness for the morning is going to be? Whomever your witness for the morning is going to be?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and get the jury in, and we can have that person making their way to the stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Accidentally skipped a space on the Senate sheet.
Well,
Back, Ms. Persfield, amazing as she is, check back for the actual guilty pleas from that 10 SC case. And for whatever reason, the plea sheets were done separately, but those accurately were the counts that he was pleading to. And then they just accidentally skipped a space on the Senate sheet. But it once you go back and look at the pleas, it makes sense. It's not inaccurate. So, hello, good morning. So it sounds like we're maybe waiting on one juror. They might be going to the bathroom or something. I think they.
No,
they're
I will
just
not play
ready. They might be in the
the
bathroom.
video of me reading Young Thug lyrics. I will not play that. If you want to find it, it is just before Christmas 2023, where I attempted to do a spoken word version of 2 of Young Thug's songs. Oh, it's cringe.
Can you pull that mic right up next to your?
Okay,
My name
who
is
is
Heather Francisco, HEATHER FRANCISCO.
And good morning, Ms. Francisco. How are you?
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
I currently work at the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab in the Firearms Unit.
And how long
Oh,
have you been
for
with the Atlanta
fuck's
Police
sake.
Department crime?
we just had a tool mark guy. Another one? Oh god, this will be
Approximately 3 years.
And if you can tell the jury, where did you work prior to working for the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
I worked at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab in the Firearms Unit.
And how,
I don't like how they call it the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It sounds so FBI-ish. They're lab techs. Employed by the state. Has nothing to do with FBI.
how long did you work for the GBI in the firearms unit?
Approximately 7 years.
Now, have you had any education and training with working the NIBIN system?
Yes.
If you could tell the jury about your education and training with the NIBIN system.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in forensic science with a minor in physics from the University of New Haven. I have completed academic training as lecture style
Yeah,
and
she
hands-on
sounds nervous,
in
but
the
she's only
areas of
been at the
firearms
job for 3
examination, seal
years.
number restoration, muzzle to target distance determination, as well as firearm safety, instrumentation,
Oh, she's
NIBIN
really
acquisition,
nervous.
and NIBIN correlation, just to name a few.
And do you hold any certifications?
I am currently have 2 certifications. The first is the international, or the IBIS data acquisition and triage, and the other is basic correlation review. Both were received from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
And briefly, if you could tell the jurors your understanding of the NIBIN system.
So NIBIN stands for National Integrated Ballistic Information Network.
Oh God, it's a
comprised of
tool
several
mark.
parts.
I want
What's done is a brief function check was performed to ensure
Okay, so this is tool mark analysis or whatever. I don't give a flaming. So let's see.
an accurate depiction of the NIBIN lead due to
so once they're viewed, integrated.
and then do you
Sure.
Yes.
Oh, they are approaching. Something happened. Which gets us to sidebar counter 336. Now, the reason why I skipped through tool mark analysis is 1, pisses me off. 2, all we need to know about whatever she testified about, we will find out during cross-examination when Mr. Shard pulls out the actual truth. This is what's great with recapping. Now, if you really, really, really want to hear tool mark analysis, please don't say it. And cross-examination.
Your Honor, the defense and the state have stipulated to some matters regarding the testimony of Ms. Francisco. And the stipulation is that the shell casings from APD case number 2022-00459 are shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road on the early morning hours of March 16th, excuse me, the evening hours of March 16th.
So
morning hours of March 16th, when police responded to that scene. And APD 2022-00438 is one shell casing collected, one FN shell casing collected by Detective Leon Packer when he returned to 2830 Waters Road to execute the search warrant on March 17th, 2022.
So March 16th and 17th, remember? So it doesn't have it because the ending of Mr. Drinks was on the 14th. So what's good here is they are starting to stipulate, and I assume that is because the prosecution has agreed that Miss Love shouldn't be in there at all, and all of a sudden now they can start to stipulate things because it speeds things up. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. And remember, jurors, when the parties stipulate to something, you can accept that as fact without any further proof.
So, good morning, Ms. Francisco.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Okay.
And other than the shell casings from those two incidents that I just read the stipulation about, did you compare any other shell casings or did you find any other NIBIN links to that FN gun, which is 221 VV in evidence?
No, I did not.
Okay. And one other question. You've just testified about comparing a gun or shell casings and put them in NIBIN.
Correct.
Can you put a projectile, a fired bullet that's collected into evidence, for instance, a 40 caliber bullet? Can you put that in NIBIN and seek hits through the NIBIN system for a projectile that has already been fired?
We do not have the equipment to be able to do projectiles. We only have the equipment to do cartridge cases.
When you say you do not have the equipment, does the equipment exist and it's just not an APD, or does no equipment exist in the world?
It does exist. There's a system called bullet tracks, which is the same thing as brass tracks, only deals with bullets. But for us at the Atlanta Crime Lab, we only deal with cartridge cases.
Do you know in this case that you were working on, if by anyone 40 caliber projectiles were placed in this bullet track system? Do you have any awareness of that?
I would not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
So another prosecution brings her in. Oh, look, we found shell casings and cartridges or something. That had nothing to do with the drinks murder who was ended by a 40 caliber. Useless testimony, but also useless for the prosecution. And I would assume it's damning for the prosecution, because what they are doing is feeding the defense with so much they can poke holes in.
Can you redirect? No. Okay, thank you for your time. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Belnap to the stand.
Oh, God, no. Here comes
Is this a recall?
Detective Belnap,
Yes, Your Honor.
who is, in my personal opinion, an absolute tool and twat.
Is this a witness that is the video is limited on? No, yes, no? No, okay. Thank you for checking.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Detective, I'll just remind you that you're still under oath.
Detective Belnap is here cosplaying
Welcome back,
a
Detective Belnap.
competent officer.
Now, I wanted to ask you about a time where, do you know Detective Hogan with APD Homicide?
I do.
And was there ever a time that you provided any assistance to him in identifying someone in a case he was working?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how that came about?
During the investigation of the homicide of Shamel Drinks, I was asked to review some photographs of potential suspects in that case.
And were you able to?
Why were you asked to? Oh, the BP photos.
Assist in identifying any of those suspects or Detective Hogan?
I was.
Can you describe for the jury how or what you did and how you were able to assist him on that?
We had located some social media photographs of a potential suspect. The suspect looked familiar to me, but I couldn't recall a name for the suspect. I reached out to another law enforcement contact who was able to send back a photograph of Mr. Quamarvius Nichols, who I immediately recognized was, in fact, the person from the social media pictures.
And did you share that with Detective Hogan for his case?
I did.
Now, turning your
Detective Hogan. Bad Santa. Cowboy Cop.
attention to March 17th of 2022, were you working that day at APD?
I was.
And you were still in the gang unit?
Yes, sir.
And so can you describe for the jury, did you ever become involved with some arrest warrants that day?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how you got involved with that?
I was advised that two suspects in the Shamel Drinks homicide were arrested at 2481 Meadowlark Lane in the city of East Point. And I then responded to that scene after those arrests had been made.
And when you responded, do you recall roughly around what time?
I don't without reviewing the report.
Would looking at a copy of your report help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
I'm approaching you with a copy of your report. If your memory is refreshed, just look up at me before answering. What Is your memory now refreshed of what time you responded?
Yes, sir.
What time was that?
It was approximately 3 p.m.
He
Now, when you got
dropped.
there, can you describe to the jury
He's
what did you
just
see?
reading
What did
from
you
the
do?
paper. He's just reading
Mr.
from the
Jackson,
damn
Mr. Nichols had
paper.
already been placed in
He has
custody.
no idea.
The scene had been secured.
Look at that fucker. He's reading from the paper. He's not being refreshed. He's reading from it. I told you, the twat is a tool. Jesus Christ. I wish it was Friday. I wish it was Friday.
And some evidence had been recovered during that arrest, which was then transferred to my custody to be transported to property.
Do you recall any other law enforcement agencies that you interacted with outside of APD?
There were a number of law enforcement agencies there, including the East Point Police Department, Georgia State Patrol, and additional agencies as well.
And when you arrived on scene, were the suspects already in custody or something else?
The suspects were already in custody, and I believe were being transported or has been transported by the time I arrived.
And did you, when you arrived, without saying what they told you, speak with some of these officers that were on scene before you arrived?
I did.
Did you speak with an Officer Baker?
I did.
Did you speak with, or let me ask you this, when you got there, was that address an apartment, a business, a home?
As a residence, I have single family residence.
Did you notice or see any vehicles at that residence?
I did.
What did you see?
There was a white Audi A5 with a Maryland tag.
Now, when you were on scene, you mentioned you gathered some items from some of the law enforcement on scene.
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what you gathered?
Yes, and may I refer to my report?
You may. Just look up at me when your memory is refreshed.
He has no recollection of this at all. He's reading it, and then yeah, I know the refresh your recollection thing. Everybody does it. It doesn't mean it's good. Because remember Woody, remember Munktunk, remember the other people with plea deals. They didn't have the papers in front of them when the prosecution asked them questions, did they? No. Only for impeachment purposes. But this guy, Officer Belnap, twat, tool, yeah, now I remember because I just read it. That's allowed.
Okay.
What were some of the items that you gathered?
One of the items was a firearm, and
He's reading from the fucking paper.
Handgun. Another item was a pink beanie cap. Also a black backpack that was recovered as well.
Now, I wanted to ask you about that FN Herschel. Is that a 5.7 by 2.8 firearm?
Yes, sir.
I am approaching you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit. Actually, maybe up here before you, which is up here as 221 Victor Victor. I'm going to ask you, Detective Belnap, can you look at what's on the stand before you and see if you recognize either any of the APD evidence labels and or if there is a serial number on that firearm?
Yes, sir.
What is the serial number?
Serial number is 386409184.
And I'm guessing you don't have serial numbers memorized. Is that fair to say?
It's fair.
Would looking at your report to refresh on the serial number of the gun you collected assist?
Yes, sir.
You may use your report to refresh. Is your memory refreshed?
It is.
And is that the fire?
Yeah. I've seen so many trials where cops actually get their memories refreshed because they studied it. At least they studied it beforehand. And then they could just, yes, my memory is refreshed, and then they can talk about this tool. Yes, my memory is refreshed. I remember that this is the serial number. Yes, I remember now.
firearm that you recovered at 2481 Meadowlark Drive.
It is.
Now, when you recovered it, was it loaded?
It was loaded when it was recovered. At the time when it was transferred to me, I don't recall whether it had been rendered safe and unloaded. In my report, I don't believe was clear as to the condition it was in when I took custody of it.
And is that typical when you recover firearms to transport them to render them safe before moving them from a scene?
Yes, it is.
Now, you had also mentioned a pink beanie that you recovered.
Yes, sir.
I will gather that in just a second, but before we get to that, was there a black book bag that you had recovered on that scene?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you recall ever looking inside of that book bag?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall who it was that gave you that book bag?
I need to refresh my memory with my report.
You may. Do you recall who gave you that book bag that was on scene?
I don't, and I believe it was Officer Baker or Officer Gachette who had responded to the scene, but I didn't note specifically in my report who gave me the backpack.
And when you got that backpack, did you initially go through it?
Yes, sir.
And what was inside of that book bag?
There was a variety of narcotics within the backpack.
Was there any commercially packaged items?
There were.
What were they?
There was commercially packaged marijuana within the backpack.
And do you recall how many commercially packaged marijuana there was in that book bag?
There were a total of 19 bags.
Was there any pills in that book bag?
There were.
Now, do you have any familiarity or training with encountering pills that you may find on the street in working with APD?
I do.
And when you encounter pills, do you personally do any steps to try to initially see what they possibly may be?
Sure. So I mean, the first thing is just observing what they are. And oftentimes we've run across narcotics in similar form before and may recognize them immediately as what they are. Additionally, we have resources, including open source resources like the internet, several websites that can help us identify drugs, including prescription drugs, so that we can have sort of a place to start for testing those items.
And when you collect items such as you did there, do you typically indicate, even if you don't know exactly what something is, what it's suspected to be?
I do.
Now, with reviewing those items, I'm going to ask you, what did you find in that book bag that you suspected to be? In terms of what type of pills did you believe was in that book bag based on your training experience?
So I believe there were 3 types of pills that we saw. The first was a bag containing what I believed and identified as being MDMA. Another bag that contained what I recognized to be oxycodone, and an additional bag that contained what I recognized and believed to be Adderall.
Now, at this time when you're initially on scene, you have that firearm that we just discussed and this book bag with the narcotics. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever transport those items to anywhere else from the scene?
I did.
Did you collect and package those items?
I did.
And did you have any familiarity with where that white Audi was taken from the scene?
I do.
Can you describe for the jury what you know about that?
Yes, the white Audi was transported from the arrest location to the Atlanta Police Department Annex building. And there are vehicle cages there that we can store vehicles for pending search warrants or further processing.
And is that normal with recovered vehicles such as that to transport them to the annex?
It can be. It just depends on the case, whether further processing is needed or not.
Now, Detective Belnap, I am approaching you with what's been marked as 354 through 358, Victor. If you could take a minute and look at those bags and the identifying markers on them. Now, do you have is your name on any of those evidence labels?
Yes, it is.
And do you see any APD case number with those bags?
I do.
And do you typically put the APD case number from the scene that when you collect items before you introduce it in property?
That's correct.
And is that the same APD case number on the report that you have used to refresh your memory from that March 17, 2022?
Yes, sir.
With looking at those items, are you able to tell the jury what those are?
I can.
Please do.
So this first bag contains the pills that were suspected Adderall. The second bag contains.
And Detective Belnap, before you do, are they a fair and accurate depiction of the drugs that you collected from the scene that day?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 354 through 358.
Will you also look at the bag of jewelry and see where the watch is, or do you know where the watch is, Detective Belnap?
Victor. Yes.
Sure. All right, those are admitted.
Detective Belnap, now they're in evidence. You may, and please do, can you tell the jury what you have before you?
Okay. So this first bag again are the pills that I suspected were Adderall. The second contains the suspected oxycodone. The third bag contains some of the commercially packaged marijuana. The fourth bag contains additional commercially packaged marijuana. And this final bag contains the suspected MDMA.
Now, after you packaged those items, you went back to APD property. Is that correct?
I actually would have packaged these at APD property.
And at APD property, did you ever get notified from someone on the Meadowlark scene after you went back to property from that first time?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how that came about?
I was called by a supervisor and advised that East Point police were back on scene near the arrest location where a citizen had reported finding a firearm laying by the roadway.
Now, after being notified about that additional firearm, what did you do?
I responded back to the scene to recover that firearm as well.
And when you got on scene, you recall who you spoke with?
I do.
Who did you speak with?
I spoke with Investigator Klickner from the East Point Police Department.
And when you met Investigator Klickner, can you tell the jury like where you were? Were you inside, outside? Where did you all meet up?
We met on the roadway where this firearm had been seen and reported.
And where was the firearm when you saw it?
The firearm was just off the roadway in the grass, like I guess within a couple feet of the roadway.
And was there a magazine nearby?
There was.
Now, what did you do once you got there and saw that firearm that Investigator Klickner had?
I ultimately rendered the firearm safe and transported it to Atlanta Police Department property as well.
I want to ask you, does your report reflect the serial number on the firearm that you collected when meeting Investigator Klickner?
May I refresh my memory?
You may.
It does.
And I'm going to approach you with 220 Victor.
It will be interesting to see if they were tested and what they actually were. Usually, earlier in the trial when they have testified, it is they follow what we testimony like this. What we thought was, what we believe to be. It's followed by a pharmaceutical agent who says, "Yeah, we tested it. It was this." I have no idea if they do it now.
Is that, or is the 220 Victor have the serial number on that item?
Is there a serial number on this?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And does that serial number match the firearm that you collected?
I can confirm. I believe there is a slight variation between what was in the report and what is on the actual weapon, as later investigation revealed.
A slight variation, as in you screwed up this as well. Slight variation. Now, if it's only like they switch between a letter and a number, I'm fine. If it is more than one of these switches, yeah, you screwed up.
Can you describe that
Hi, Rachel.
later investigation regarding the serial number?
I can. So after this weapon was recovered, taken to Atlanta Police Department property. Later on, I followed up on the e-trace, the further investigation of the firearm, and was advised that the weapon had not been traced back to an original purchaser. I reviewed both my report and the photographs of the weapon and realized that due to some damage to the serial number on the weapon, which had been heavily scratched, that I had mistakenly identified one of the digits or one of the characters on the serial number from the weapon. I was able to go back, make that correction, and then complete the e-trace report and locate the actual origination of the firearm.
Or did you guess until you found a serial number that came back as with an origin, with a flawed origin. I wouldn't take that out of the equation.
With that further investigation, looking at that firearm now, is that the firearm that you collected from Investigator Klickner on March 17, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 220 Victor at this time.
All right, that's admitted.
And Investigator Belnap, was that firearm, when you had mentioned the E-trace, was that firearm, did you check it to see if it was ever reported stolen?
I did.
And what did you find?
I contacted the original purchaser of the weapon, who advised that he had sold the weapon in a third-party sale to another party, but did have contact information for the purchaser. I then contacted that person, who advised that the weapon had been stolen from him, and an Atlanta Police Department report had been made at the time of the theft.
How about that?
And did you?
Magically, he checked the numbers again, checked it against data, and yeah, he found a weapon that was stolen. That must be it.
Transport that firearm back to APD property as well?
I did. At the time of recovery, I did.
Now, after you come back to APD property, did you ever take out any additional arrest warrants?
I did.
What were the arrest warrants that you took out?
I took out additional arrest warrants, if I may refresh my memory.
May.
Additional arrest warrants for Mr. Jackson for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, possession of a Schedule II controlled substance with intent to distribute.
Wait. Is he allowed to read those charges? Is he allowed to read those charges out loud?
And 3 counts of
Yes.
Yeah, they are approaching. Yeah. Again, for frick's sake. Experienced investigator reading from the paper and reading, oh, he is a convicted felon. You can't make this shit up. And sidebar counter 337. Again, another one on the stand reading those things out. But I believe those are overt acts in this charge. So there is, of course, the broadness and vagueness of the Georgia RICO Act that allows in the charges itself to reveal prior conviction. Let's see what the excuse is this time.
Morning break.
Okay, early morning break.
It's what he can and cannot say.
Yes, sir. And if the board may permit, can I?
Do y'all just want to
Yes.
talk to
Do
him
you want us to do it
together?
on the record, or?
I don't think it needs to be done on the.
Again, not prepping their witnesses. Again, and again, and again, and again, and again.
Record, just y'all both go talk to him.
And why off the record?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started back with the testimony, I just wanted to let y'all know to disregard the witness's comment about a warrant being taken from Mr. Stillwell for drugs. Go ahead, Mr. Atkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Belknap, you never took out any warrants for any of the drugs from related to that book bag as it pertains to Shannon Stillwell, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you take out gang warrants?
I did.
And did you take out firearm and gang warrants as well on Mr. Nichols?
I did.
No further questions. Thank you, Detective Belknap.
Yes, sir.
Oh. what I believe happened here is that there might have been a motion for mistrial. It was solved by a curative instruction, and they weren't allowed to ask more than this. They weren't allowed to. They might have had another half an hour of questions, which they weren't allowed to ask. I don't know if that's the case, but I assume that's the case. For now, I will not remove the days without a motion for mistrial counter. I will still have it as 5 since it's speculation on my part.
Good morning, Detective Belnap.
Morning, sir.
We've met Max Shard. I represent Mr. Stillwell. So I first want to ask you about the search of Jeffrey Williams' address at 355 Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022. You were present for that search, correct?
I was.
You were one of the officers executing the search.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you didn't write a report about the execution of that search warrant, did you?
I did not.
Okay, Investigator Storno wrote a report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I have asked you to review photos taken during the execution of that search warrant, and I've also asked you to review Investigator Storno's notes or report, correct?
That's correct.
And you were kind enough to do that for me, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. And Mr. Atkins, if I could have your help displaying any images as Detective Belknap speaks about things, I'd appreciate it. On May 9th, 2022, do you recall who was present at 355 Allison Drive when you executed the search warrant?
Could you be more specific?
Okay, Jeffrey Williams was present, correct?
Yes, sir.
Martinez Arnold was present.
Yes, sir.
Diamante Kendrick was present.
Yes, sir.
Jeffrey Williams' teenage son was present, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. My client, Shannon Stillwell, was not present at 355 Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022, was he?
He was not.
Okay. And you don't have any evidence at all that Mr. Stillwell has ever even been to that residence, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. And during that search warrant was sought out by Investigator Viverito, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And during that search warrant, executing that search warrant May 9th, 2022, you all collected drugs, correct? Suspected drugs?
We did.
Delta 8 syrup as well.
Yes.
Okay. Jewelry,
Yes.
money,
Yes.
phones.
Yes.
Mr. Williams' cars were seized.
That's correct.
And I'm not going to ask any questions about any of those things, but you also collected guns, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, there were 6 guns collected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you have reviewed pictures taken during the execution of that search warrant, correct?
I did.
Okay. I would like to just talk about each gun individually. I can go in whatever order you have. If you could just tell us, do you have photos in front of you that display the different types of guns and the different guns that were collected on May 9th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you just tell us the exhibit number of the first gun so Mr. Atkins can display it for the jury?
The first one I'm looking at is 57XX.
Okay. And that gun, from the pictures, can you tell us what type of gun, the manufacturer, anything that you can tell about that gun?
It appears to be a Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Glock semi-automatic handgun. Okay. And do you have any other pictures in that sequence that reveal a serial number for that gun?
I believe so. The next one is 58XX.
Mr. Atkins, if you could display 58XX. Okay, and it's a serial number BKMN 536.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. What is the second gun that was collected?
The next one is 30XX.
When the defense itself moves in pictures of guns, They have something in mind. They
You
have
did say
something
30
in
access,
mind.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there a close-up of that gun that would help describe what type of gun it is?
I believe it's 31XX.
Okay, 31XX. And what kind of gun is that?
It's another Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. Can you tell what type, projectiles or what caliber projectiles that gun fires?
It's a little difficult to tell from this picture, but from the picture alone.
Okay. Now, neither of these first two guns were the switch, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you tell us what about the next gun? What number we should display?
Oh, sir, I apologize. There's actually another photo, I believe, of that gun we were just looking at, 32XX.
All right. Mr. Atkins, if you could display 32 XS. All right, thank you. And for that second gun, that's the serial number,
I believe it is, yes.
and it's BNU 633.
Yes, sir.
All right. How about the third gun?
The third is 21XX.
And what can you tell us about this gun as far as the caliber, the manufacturer, or anything?
It's another semi-automatic handgun, and it appears to be a Smith & Wesson. I can't read it on the photograph.
Okay. And is that a switch?
No, sir.
Okay. And is that the serial number? 22XX.
22XX. Yes, sir.
All right. Great. Thank you. How about the fourth gun?
The fourth is 19XX.
Okay. And what can you tell us about this gun?
And this appears to be a tan Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. Is that a switch?
Mm,
With the USB cord, it looks like something from a Xbox game or something. All plastics.
does not appear to be.
The fifth gun?
That would be 15XX.
Okay. What can you tell us about this gun? Is there another picture associated with that gun?
14XX and 15XX.
14XX. Let's go with that. What can you tell us about this gun?
It's another semi-automatic handgun. Also appears to be a Smith & Wesson.
Okay. And how about the sixth gun?
This is 51, 52, and 53XX.
Now that gun, what can you tell us about that gun?
This is another Glock semi-automatic handgun, and it does appear to have a conversion switch attached to the weapon.
Okay, that is the switch.
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. And those are the 6 guns that were collected from Jeffrey Williams' residence on May 9, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Okay, I just want to clear something up. And I'm speaking about, I'm not going to go through individually. I'm talking about all 6 firearms. Okay. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever touched any of these firearms?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that ballistically, any of these firearms were ever used in the Shamal Drinks homicide?
I didn't conduct that follow-up investigation, so I don't know whether it was or wasn't. I'm not aware of any evidence that it was. That
Okay.
they were.
And that includes the switch too, correct?
It does.
Okay. And do you have any evidence ballistically or otherwise that any of these guns were used in the January 10, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I do not.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. I appreciate that, Detective Belnap. I'm going to move to your work on March 17th. When you arrived on Meadowlark Drive, you saw the white Audi, correct?
Yes,
It
sir.
was still in the parking lot.
It was in the driveway, yes.
Excuse me. Yes, sorry, the driveway. Still had the Maryland tags affixed to it.
It did.
Still had the tint.
I don't recall noting the tint.
Okay.
I don't believe the car had been altered.
Okay. You don't believe the car had been altered? What do you mean by that?
I don't believe the car had been moved or processed at that time when I arrived on the scene.
Oh, okay, okay. You mentioned finding a beanie,
Yes, sir.
and that is in evidence and was just admitted through you.
Correct.
Okay, so that beanie would be a separate beanie from any beanie that was collected on March 17th at 2830 Waters Road.
I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, it was collected on Meadowlark Lane.
It was collected on
Meadowlark
Meadowlark
Drive.
Lane.
Yes.
Okay, so if there's a separate beanie, if there's a beanie that was collected and put into evidence from Waters Road, there's two separate beanies, correct?
It would appear so, yes.
And the beanie that you collected on Meadowlark Drive was, well, do you know who was wearing that prior to their arrest?
Yes, sir.
And was it my client, Shannon Stillwell?
It was.
And you collected that beanie because you had viewed the BP video that Detective Hogan had showed you already, correct?
I had.
And you had noted that Mr. Stillwell was wearing a pink beanie in that BP video.
I had observed that, yes.
And that's clear video as far as videos go. It wasn't grainy, it was clear. And you saw Mr. Stillwell wearing a pink beanie.
Yes.
And that's why you collected this pink beanie, because he was, in your mind as a detective, it was important to collect that pink beanie because it matched what's in the BP video.
Well, I agree with that. Just to be clear, it was collected prior to my arrival and was given to me to transport the property.
Okay, and you made sure you put it into property.
I did.
Okay. All right. The bag of drugs, did you recover that backpack?
I did not.
Okay, have you seen the video from the Phoenix helicopter?
I have.
Okay, and you would agree that it was Mr. Nichols that threw that book bag into those bushes?
I
correct?
would. Yes, sir.
All right. And prior to, from that video, you can see Mr. Nichols exiting the white Audi with that book bag.
That's correct.
Okay. In your experience as an officer, you have seen people flee from the police because they have drugs in the car, correct?
I have.
Okay. The FN Hurstel 5.7, serial number 386409184, that I believe is in evidence 221 VV. That was collected by Trooper Campbell and given to you for evidence, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you would agree that that gun is not a switch. It's not modified, not a switch.
No, it is not.
Okay. And then later, you were called by an Officer Klickner to collect an FNX 45, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, the FN, going back, the FN 57 shoots 5.7 rounds, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the FNX 45 tactical shoots 45 caliber rounds.
Yes, it does.
And those are the two guns that were located at Meadowlark Drive on March 17, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Hey, Sebastian.
You
I'm doing
collected
fine.
those firearms
Thank you for
and brought
asking.
them into property, into evidence to preserve for further investigation, correct?
I did.
Okay.
Oh, this is a setup. This is a setup, folks. Mr. Short is going through. Look how how you did all of these things, how you recorded it, how you took photos of it, everything is in the proper bag and everything. I assume he's going to go to the missing jewelry.
Those two guns, either the 5.7 and the 45, do you have any ballistic evidence linking those guns to the January 10th, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I didn't conduct any ballistics investigations on the firearms, so I don't have any ballistics evidence related to
Do
these.
you have any evidence that connects them to the January 10th shooting of Donovan Thomas as we sit here today?
I do not.
Okay. And how about, and let me ask you, okay, and how about this? Those two guns, the 5.7 and the 45, do you have any ballistic evidence that connects those guns to the March 14, 2017 shooting of Shamel Drinks?
I don't have ballistic evidence of any kind related to these weapons.
In fact, neither the 5.7 or the 45 even shoots 40 caliber. They're not capable of shooting 40 caliber rounds, are they?
Neither is chambered to shoot a 40 caliber round.
Okay. You, just a couple more questions. You indicated that Detective Hogan had you look at the video for the FedEx to identify Mr. Stillwell and also Mr. Nichols, correct?
I reviewed the video at some point. I believe that what I initially saw were some of the social media photos of Mr. Nichols. I don't remember what I saw initially.
Did you review the BP video at some point?
At some point, yes.
Okay, this is what I want to know. Did you ever review with Detective Hogan or by yourself the FedEx video from March 14th, 2017? Excuse me, March 14th, 2022.
I don't recall if I ever reviewed that video or not.
Okay, so you're not even certain if you've ever seen that video.
I don't know. I'm not certain if I have or not.
So why are you on the stand then? If you were the sole reason you are on the stand now is to testify about the the raid or the search warrant or the search and the drinks murder. Why didn't you review all the evidence, or are you only now just remembering that you're not supposed to remember it? Hey, Trish Mansfield, thank you for your $2 super chat. This is a crazy case. It is from beginning until now, and I assume until the very end. Thank you so much for your support.
Redirect. Oh, okay. Come on. Sorry.
And Doug.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have met. It's good to see you again.
Yes, sir. You too.
So I have some questions about what you said today. You mentioned that to Mr. Shart that Mr. Kendrick was present in the house at Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022. Correct?
I don't recall exactly what his question was, but yes.
Okay. Did you actually see Mr. Kendrick in the house?
I did not.
Okay. The 6 guns that were found in that house, in Mr. Williams' house, do you have any evidence that Mr. Kendrick was ever in possession of those 6 guns?
I do not.
Do you have any evidence that he was anywhere near those 6 guns?
I do not.
Did you take part in the inventory, possession, or transport of the jewelry that was found in Mr. Williams' home?
My role during the search was to take photographs of evidence as it was recovered.
Do you recall there being 2 Richard Mille watches in Mr. Williams' home?
I don't know if I would know those if I saw them. So I don't know if there were 2 or not.
Okay. Do you recall seeing it's a Richard Mille brand. I understand you don't know what that brand would look like, but do you recall seeing a white ceramic watch with a pink band in the jewelry that you collected, or that was collected in that home?
I believe one was. Do I remember seeing it? I certainly don't. This, a couple years later.
Okay. If a Richard Mille RM055 Bubba Watson white ceramic watch is not present in property today, do you know what happened to that watch?
I wouldn't have any idea.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Again, Doug come sweeping in. Hey, all of these missing things for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Where did it walk off to? I don't know.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Belnap, on cross, you were asked by defense counsel about the May 9th search of Jeff Williams' home. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Now, you actually were the photographer of those crime scene photographs we walked through, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, you remember being asked questions about, I believe it was the 6 firearms that you found in that house.
Yes, sir.
And if they have any ballistic evidence to the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Drinks. Do you
Correct.
recall that?
Yes.
Now, how many months later was this search from March 14th, 2022?
That'd be 2 months later.
Was Demekion Garlington arrested on May 9th, 2022 at Jeffrey Williams' home?
He was not.
Was Shannon Stillwell arrested on May 9th, 2022 in Jeffrey Williams' home?
No, he was not.
What about Miles Farley?
He was not.
What about Carmavius Nichols?
He was not.
Now, I want to also ask you as the photographer, I'm going to publish what's marked as 64 X-ray. It's going to come up on the big screen and on your computer. Is this one of the photographs that you took?
It appears to be.
I'm going to go to 65 X-ray. Is this one of the photographs that you took?
It is.
Why did you take this photograph?
In documenting this scene, we saw this pamphlet for Mr. McMiller's funeral. Mr. McMiller was associated with YSL, with Mr. Williams, and had been shot and killed.
What was the date that?
So a associate or a friend, a neighborhood kid was killed and people went to his funeral. The absolute shocker! What?
He was murdered.
It was March 11th of 2022.
And do you recall if that murder was on, is that a house or on a highway?
It was on the highway.
Is it, I don't have a pointer, but on this whiteboard, is that March 11th, 2022 and I-75, 85?
I believe so, yes.
And was Shamel Drinks murdered how many days after March 11th?
I believe it was 3 days later.
Now, I also want to ask you about, thank you, Mr. Body. You were asked on cross by defense counsel about a watch. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, I'm just going to come out and ask you because we've been dancing around it. Did you steal any watch or know of any AP personnel who stole any item from that house?
Absolutely not.
Can you tell the jury the protocols that are in place when you document? Was everyone wearing body cam?
They were.
And can you describe for the jury the process y'all have when you go through that large amount of evidence on a scene like that? In terms of, do you video when you're putting it into property?
Yes, usually our body cameras will be running during the search of the home, during the transport, and at property when submitting property.
And were you all on scene or working that case for a short time or a long time?
We were out there for several hours.
One brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you, Detective Belnap.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to make sure, folks, we are not an unindicted co-conspirator here. But according to the state, going to a funeral, you're a suspect in a crime. If you live in a neighborhood, a poor neighborhood, you're immediately a suspect of a crime. But hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars missing from a search, shit happens.
All right, any recross?
You were asked on redirect if you're aware of any member of the APD that would have stolen this particular watch I asked you about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have full and total knowledge of all the activities of members of APD?
I don't.
If this particular watch, this Richard Mille watch, ceramic watch, is present in a photograph from Jeffrey Williams' home and it is no longer present in property right now, could anything have happened to that watch other than it have been stolen or lost?
Well, no, not every item that we photograph is ultimately taken as evidence. And I think there are probably a broad number of possibilities of what could have happened to that watch other than.
You bullshitter. This search warrant was to gather evidence and civil forfeiture. Because you believe that every piece of something of value could be used to fund yourselves or the DA's office in their civil forfeiture fund. That is why you collect everything you believe is of value. Leaving behind watches, when you actively collect everything of value, what you liar. You liar. You absolute liar. You crooked liar.
Being stolen or lost.
Is it the practice of your office to leave behind a $500,000 watch when you're seizing jewelry?
I don't know that I can answer that as far as practices go. I have no idea the value of this watch that we're discussing, so I'm woefully uneducated as far as that goes. And I can tell you that, unfortunately, as diligent as we are, sometimes even evidence is left behind the scenes. In this case, I don't have any specific information about this particular watch.
Can you explain to the jury the procedure when you go about seizing a vehicle, such as was seized at Jeffrey Williams' home?
As far as the procedure, we would call a tow truck to come and tow that vehicle to another location.
Is there any searching of the vehicle and inventorying of property within that vehicle at the time of the seizure?
It can depend on the scene and if there's a search warrant for the vehicle or if the vehicle is accessible. Sometimes the keys may not be present, you can't access a vehicle. And sometimes it's towed to a secure location to conduct an inventory or further processing of that vehicle.
If the vehicle is accessible at the scene and you have a warrant that allows you to enter that vehicle, what's the procedure for what you do with the contents of the vehicle?
Typically, those contents would be cataloged, valuable items may be secured, evidence may be seized.
Is the procedure to leave valuable items within the vehicle?
Not typically. And again, that could be case dependent if the vehicle is going to be removed to another secure location for further processing.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
United States Crime Scene Tech Antoinette.
I think it's great that the jury gets to see the weaselness of the police when a $500,000 watch gets legs. The absolute weaselness. Okay, who's next? Okay, there are 2 witnesses down. We are down to 8 witnesses of the state's case in chief.
Green. Antoinette Green, ANTONETTE GREEN.
And welcome back. You've been here before with us, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to March 22nd, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to the homicide case to assist in a homicide investigation?
Yes.
And what is the APD number, do you know now, associated with the case that you were working? Do you know the APD case number?
Not offhand, I don't.
We're looking at a copy of, did you do a report in that case?
Yes, I did.
We're looking at a copy of your report. Help refresh your memory.
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with what I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit 373 BB. First time if you recognize 373 BB.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is my report.
And will that help refresh your memory as to the APD case number for that case?
Yes.
What is the APD case number?
The full case number is 220731882.
And tell the jury, where's the homicide case located?
It's located at the annex 3493 Donnelly Hollowell.
And why were you requested to that location?
I was requested to do a follow-up with Investigator Hogan at the time.
And what did Investigator Hogan request of you?
He requested me to photograph and process 2 vehicles in the cage.
If you could tell the jury briefly, when you're asked to process a vehicle at the homicide cage, what are you going to do? How do you process a vehicle?
It depends on what the homicide or officer wants to be done, but usually in this case, I photographed the vehicle and searched for evidence.
Okay. And how many vehicles were you asked to process?
2.
And what were those 2 vehicles?
It was a Audi A5 and a Nissan Versa.
And did you have any particular order as to how you processed those vehicles?
Yes, because he had a search warrant for the Audi A5, I processed that one first.
Why did you do that one first? Just because of the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you subsequently process the red Nissan Versa after that?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to look at pictures from your processing of those 2 vehicles?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 361 DV through 387 DV. Are those the photographs that you looked at previously that depict when you process the vehicle?
Yes.
And do those appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of the homicide cage when you process both the Audi A5 and the red Nissan Versa?
Yes.
You know, at this time, the state would like to tender and admit 361 VV through 387 VV.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
The pictures are gonna come up both on this screen and on screen.
Okay.
I'm gonna first start with 361 VV. And while it's coming up, tell the jurors, when you, I should start with 361 VV. Sorry, 373 VV, I apologize. When you process the vehicle, tell the jurors, how do you go, your steps in processing the vehicle?
Okay, so my first step is the photograph of the vehicle 360. So I would do the rear, the passenger, the driver's side, and the front of the vehicle. And then from there, I would go inside of the vehicle and photograph it as well, starting with the driver's side, going to the rear, driver rear, going around to the passenger rear, and then back to the passenger front. That's how I process the vehicle.
Now, looking at exhibit 373 VV, is this the white Audi A5?
Yes, it is.
And what is the tag number on this vehicle?
Number 8 is in Edward, D is in David, number 7071,
And what is the tag number? I mean, where's the state issuing the license?
Maryland.
And in looking at State's Exhibit 373 VV, do you see tint on the front dashboard of the vehicle?
Well, yes, it is dark.
Okay. And can you, looking at this picture, look and see inside of that vehicle?
No, I cannot.
I want to look at 374 VV, 375 VV, and 376 VV. Is that what you were just referencing about taking the 360 picture of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at those pictures, 374, 375, and 376, did the car appear to have tint on all sides of the vehicle?
Yes.
And in looking at all sides of the vehicle, were you able to look inside of that vehicle?
No.
Not through the windows.
No.
All right. I want to look at 377 VV, 378 VV, 379 VV, 380 VV, and 381 VV. What were you depicting in those exhibits?
Like I had stated earlier, those are the interior photos of the vehicle from all sides. And just showing me what's in the vehicle.
And looking at 382 VV, what, if anything, were you trying to depict in 382?
That's just showing me, I always show part like all photos not here, but I always show like opening that door in the interior side of the door.
And there's,
So,
looking at 384 VV. Excuse me, 385 VV. What were you depicting in 385 VV?
All right, this is a cell phone that was collected from the center console, and so I have marked it with marker number 2.
Okay, and I want to zoom in. Do you also see a pair of glasses on the seat?
Yes.
As well. All right. Did you collect the glasses or the phone charger?
No, just the phone.
All right. And then looking at 386 VV, and I'm going to rotate it to the left. If we can. But if not, what is depicted in 386 VV?
That is the inside roof headliner that I was requested to collect.
And who requested that you collected the headliner?
Investigator Hogan.
All right. And did you ultimately take or cut out that headliner?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy did a 388 VV. Tell me if you recognize 388 VV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 388 VV?
This is the bag that I collected the liner in.
Okay. And once you collected the liner, what, if anything, did you do with it after packaging it?
I was requested to send it to the GVI for gunshot residue.
And then 387 VV, what are we, is that the VIN number? Oh, sorry. Okay. And now looking at it right side up, is that the headliner that is in that bag?
Yeah.
And what portion did you cut out? Just the part that has the one?
Yes,
All right. Why did you take the other portions of the headliner?
because that's a molded part and it was not easily to come out. That part is padded because it's part of the sunroof, so that was easy to cut.
And while I'm getting you a pair of scissors, I'm gonna go to 387 BB. Was that just the VIN number of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And what are the last 8 digits? Excuse me, 6 digits, I apologize.
0456, I'm sorry, 04529.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna hand you a pair of scissors and you can just open up State Exhibit 388 BB and publish. Did I admit that wrong? Let me admit first 388 BB into evidence.
No, you did not.
All right, that's admitted. And permission to publish.
You may.
And when you take it out, did you do all the other cutting here, or do you know when all the other cutting was done?
No, I do not.
Okay. You can put it back. Thank you. Thank you. Next one was Stacy Exhibit 361 VV. And is this the red Nissan Versa that you processed at the direction of Detective Hogan?
Yes,
And as we go through, looking at 362 VV and looking at 363 VV, is this again you taking the 360 photographs of the vehicle?
yes, it is.
Now, for the Nissan Versa, were you able to enter into the vehicle on the on the passenger side?
No, I was not.
Why not?
Because as in our homicide case, we have other vehicles, and if you can look to the right of that, it's another vehicle that's obstructing me from opening the passenger side doors of that vehicle. So I only stayed on the driver's side.
Okay. I want to look at or move to 367 VV. And looking at 367 VV, what were you depicting in 367 VV?
This is just showing the overall interior of the vehicle in the front.
And looking in the driver's side of 367 VV, what, if anything, is this reddish brown stain?
Yeah, those reddish brown stains in the seat.
All right. And then looking at 368 VV, what were you depicting at 368 VV?
All right, as I was saying, I couldn't get to the passenger side door, so that is just a overall of the passenger side door. It does have some type of defect or damage in it.
And looking at 368 VV, what is the defect or damage that you were referencing?
It's the small in the interior door, the little white slit in there. That's what I was trying to photograph.
And 369 VV, is that a close-up of that white slit?
Yes.
All right, let's skip to cross-examination.
Yeah, if you could just. No, if you could just.
The beauty with recapping, at one point it's just too dull and you can skip to the important part, which is the cross-examination.
Yes. Okay. Ms. Watkins, could you just go ahead if I need to take it? Thank you.
Mel clamp now totally contaminated. Freeway ride. What is contaminated? The evidence. She opened it up. Hey! Breathing down it, everything. I don't understand the absolute need to open up evidence back. For instance, if this was crucial, this is what we tested for DNA, this is what we tested for fingerprints, this is what we tested for this and that. Don't put it out of the damn evidence back because you're contaminating the evidence. I don't understand how this is an accepted practice in the United States to open up and show evidence in court when there are perfectly fine pictures to show. Perfectly fine pictures to show.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Crime scene tech, you're still a crime scene tech, correct?
Well, I'm currently a supervisor, but yeah, it's.
Good morning, Supervisor Green.
Yes.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay.
Okay.
Now, the work that you just testified to, you performed that work on March 22nd, 2022.
Yes.
Okay. At the annex on Bankhead Highway on Donnelly Hollowell that APD owns and stores vehicles that are evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were not at the scene on March 14th of 2022, but you became involved when you processed these vehicles.
That's correct.
All right. And you processed these vehicles, was that pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And the search warrant was obtained by Detective Hogan, is that correct?
Yes.
Who you knew to be the lead investigator in this case?
Well, investigate. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, when you were processing these vehicles, you were looking for any projectiles, correct?
Yes.
Any shell casings?
Yes.
Okay, well, we're going to get to the projectiles in a second. Shell casings, spent shell casings. You did not find any shell casings in the white Audi. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
No shell casings. Okay. You were looking obviously for weapons.
Yes.
You didn't find any weapons in the white Audi, did you?
Yes, that's correct.
Correct, you did not.
I did not find anything.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And you were also, as part of the execution of the search warrant, you were looking for materials or objects that could later be tested for gunshot residue, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So the white Audi, you collected a cell phone from the center console, correct?
Mhm.
And then you also removed the headliner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's just talk about the removal of the headliner. Brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As part of as a crime scene technician with the city of Atlanta, certainly now as a supervisor, you are trained in evidence collection, correct?
Yes.
And forensics, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you are trained in gunshot residue, what it is, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know it to be microscopic particles that are expelled from a handgun when the gun is fired, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And it spreads in the immediate area of wherever that gun is fired.
Yes.
Okay. And you were trained in the collection of potential objects for testing for gunshot residue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, you collected the headliner from this white Audi.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm showing you 183 VV. This is already in evidence. Is this a fair representation of what the white Audi looked like after you collected the headliner?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And the part that you collected, is it the square on top where the sunroof is, or is it also the surrounding area that forms the border on the top of the car?
Yeah. It's been so long. Yeah. So I'm assuming that, well, I did that where I put number 1. I collected that. And if the other parts came off, I collected that as well.
Okay. So you collected it all.
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to look at the headliner to just
Okay.
confirm?
Yeah. So yes, yes, all the headliner. Yes.
And so you would agree that it includes the part that was under the sunroof as well as the surrounding areas?
Yes,
Cool. Now, the decision to collect the headliner of all places in the car, you're saying that decision was made by Investigator Hogan,
that is correct.
correct? Is this the first time you've collected a headliner of?
Actually, yes, that was my very first time collecting a headline.
Now, when Detective Hogan requested that you collect the headliner, did you object at all to collecting the headliner?
No,
Okay, as someone trained in gunshot residue and collection and all that you know about gunshot,
So they collected the headliner from Drink's car, but not from the Audi. Well, they might have done from the Audi. Collected. I hear in the chat that the next witness is the gunshot residue testimony. Yeah,
residue,
I
the
really want to
headliner
hear
seemed
that.
like a reasonable part of the car to collect.
well, that's what he requested to collect. He's the lead, so I'm under his direction.
And that seemed reasonable to you, though, correct?
Yes,
Okay. You didn't think it was crazy for Detective Hogan to ask you to collect a headliner?
no,
And the headliner would be, the reason you didn't think it was crazy, because the headliner would be in the area where gunshot residue would be dispersed if a gun was shot inside that Audi, correct?
correct.
Okay, and the headliner and that cloth,
Hold on here. I hear that they are still in court as of this moment, arguing what evidence Detective White Burrito is allowed to bring in. Oh, why are they litigating this now? Well, because the state is not prepared. So I suspected investigator White Burrito will be a long ass witness, because she is probably the final witness of the state's case in chief. She's going to tie everything together, the words in the songs, the social media posts, and all the garbage she will try to make sense of. And she's also a gang expert. And I can only imagine what an absolute bore fest and cluster F this will be.
is different than hands, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, the cloth material, based on your training experience, would be more likely to collect and maintain gunshot residue particles than someone's hands, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that seemed like a good idea to you to collect the headliner,
Yes,
if we wanted to get to the truth.
yes.
Okay. And after you collected this headliner, you packaged it carefully, correct?
Yes,
In accordance with all the training and experience and guidelines that you follow in the collection of evidence,
yes,
and you submitted it to GBI, correct?
that is correct.
And GBI being the Georgia Bureau of Investigations.
Yes,
Okay, and it would be someone from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations that I would have to talk to about whether, what the results of that gunshot residue testing is, correct?
that is correct. You have to talk to him.
All right. Oh, one more thing. In your, Mr. Atkins, could you kindly publish 374 VV, or I'm sorry, Mr. Abate, Ms. Hilton? Thank you. $374. Thank you. Ms. Green, this is a picture that you took of the outside of the white Audi, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you noted that there was tint on the windows and the front and back windshield, correct?
Yes.
All right. From your inspection of this car, did you notice any damage to the tint of the front driver's side window?
No,
Did you notice any bubbling or scratches on the tint of the driver's side window?
no, I did not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yeah. The desperation of this prosecution is whoopsie, we didn't check the evidence. We just assumed that it was Mr. Stillwell who did the pew-pew. And now all of a sudden, here comes the defense and pointing out, you are idiots. First of all, there were not 3 cars. There were 4 cars. Also, you see pedestrian. What did that person see? And also, freshly tinted windows. You can't roll down the window because it will be crap. And if you fired from within the car, which they claimed originally, that tint would be exposed to the gunshot residue and the heat and everything. And now, in desperation, maybe he opened the door. Well, if he opened the door, what happens when you open a car door? It lights up. Did that happen in a video? No. This is the brutal incompetence of the district attorney's office, the investigators, and the gang unit.
Mr. Weinstein? Any redirect? No. All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
Okay. Who's next? Is it the GSR guy?
Alexander Colvin.
Alexander Colvin.
My name is Alexander Colvin. Last name is C-O-V as in Victor, I-N.
And good morning, Mr. Colvin. How are you?
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
I'm currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, Division of Forensic Sciences, commonly known as the State Crime Lab.
And what do you do for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
I am a microanalyst or scientist in the trace evidence section.
And if you can tell the jury about your education and training.
I received a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry.
Blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Processes.
We don't
Tell the
need,
jurors, as a microanalyst, what are
don't need to listen to his CV.
Their adhesive stamps. The best evidence as far as GSR is concerned is a person's hands. You can also sample surfaces such as clothing items or anything that's made of cloth or textile material. Any other surfaces can be sampled for GSR, but some surfaces don't do as well as retaining those GSR particles and as well as making it difficult to actually sample. But any surface can technically be sampled for GSR.
And if a surface is clean, so if it's your hands, if the hands are washed, or if it's a vehicle, the vehicle is clean, would that prevent you from getting GSR results in cases such as that? Can it affect getting results?
Can you get closer to the mic?
Yes, thanks.
When it comes to a person's hands, if GSR particles are in fact there, washing the hands will cause you to remove most, if not all, of those GSR particles. The same can be generally said with other surfaces, especially
Oh, you twats. Now they're going to... Just because there is no GSR doesn't mean it weren't there. If that is your argument, then it shouldn't be. Oh, the absence of evidence is absence of evidence.
Harder surfaces, if you wipe those down or rinse those down.
If you want to claim they did something,
most
prove it.
When it comes to clothing items or surfaces that are more cloth or textile material, most of those GSR particles, if they are in fact there, will also be lost. But we have seen that, for example, with clothing items, very small amounts of GSR can still persist even after washing your clothes.
And in a vehicle, are there certain places that as a scientist with the GBI that you ask law enforcement to get samples up for you to test? Are there other parts of a car that are better to test for GSR than others?
We would prefer that the headliner of a vehicle is either submitted or sampled for GSR. Again, all surfaces can be sampled for GSR inside of a vehicle, but some surfaces, the harder surfaces, just don't do as well as retaining those particles. So things such as a gear shifter or the steering wheel may not be good surfaces to sample for GSR, even though it's possible. But the headliner, maybe the headrests of the seats would be your best areas to sample for GSR.
I want to direct your attention to DOFS case number 2022-1007212, where you asked to perform any testing in that case.
Yes, I was.
And who was the agency that submitted the request?
Your Honor, may I look at my notes?
You may, if they'll help refresh your recollection.
Yes. Will they have a professional recollection?
Yes, I will.
All right.
And I'm sorry, it was which officer?
Which agency?
Agency, the Atlanta Police Department.
And what was the agency reference number?
The agency reference number was 2207-31882.
And who requested the testing to be done?
An investigator, A.E. Hogan.
And was there a named victim on that case?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And what was submitted to the GBI for testing?
So as far as GSR analysis is concerned, a headliner that is identified as being collected from an Audi A5 was submitted.
Okay. And in front of you, it states exhibit 388BB. And there's some fresh colors. Some of you recognize exhibit 388BB.
Folks, I need to fill up my coffee. I will be right back. Let's see if I have anything fun for you here. Depending on how this trial drags on, I need to revisit Yellow Flag guy. He wasn't even an evidence collector. His only job at Atlanta Police Department was to put flags out on evidence. So I made a song.
Yellow flag guy in the morning light, not quite sure but he's trying right. Marks the clues with yellow signs, never solves the case but keeps us alive. He walks around with his flag in hand, marks the spots like he's in command. Yellow flags on every scene, he's a part of the team though he's rarely seen. Yellow flag guy, that's his name. Not a mastermind, but it's all the same. Does his part in his own small way. Yellow flags make sure nothing strays.
There's something. Hello again. I'm having real issues with sound. I think it's StreamYard. I heard it screwed up yesterday with Sean's stream. Let's see. Do I still have sound? Yeah, I do. But yeah, there's something wrong with StreamYard.
Okay, so this is item number 1, which is containing the headliner from the Audi A5. And I recognize it.
Oh, they have the headliner from the Audi A5.
With the GBI case number.
Oh, there's no GSR. Oh, there's no GSR. That is why the defense has been so adamant. Oh, he's going to testify. They found no GSR in the Audi. Folks, even if whoever fired, the state claims it's Shannon Stillwell, even if he had the gun full arm outside the window, which the video, we can see on the video, there was no arm out the window, there would still be traces because, first of all, yes, it goes forward, but then you have some blowback. So it would be GSR in the Audi.
And item number of this particular package. I also recognize this package by the seals, where I initialed the seals here when I completed the analysis, and my initials and date when I started the analysis.
And can you walk the jury through what you did with that particular piece of evidence in order to test for GSR?
Okay, so once I am assigned this particular case, I will then go and retrieve this item of evidence out of the trace evidence evidence storage location, and then begin my analysis for GSR. So for this particular case, I was tasked with actually sampling the headliner before beginning my examination. And so I took this item of evidence into a clean processing room and began sampling this headliner using those stubs or adhesive samplers that I mentioned earlier.
And when you look inside 388 DV, do you see the adhesive stubs that you use in this case?
The adhesive stubs are not here unless they've been put inside. Oh, they're inside actually. So the adhesive stubs are a separate item that I created once I was finished sampling the headliner.
And when you say you sampled the headline, what do you mean?
I will take the adhesive samplers and we call it dab randomly across the surface of that headliner. I used 2 stubs in total when it came to actually sampling the surface of the headliner. Keep in mind, this is a sampling process. Not every square millimeter of that entire headliner can be covered by these stubs. So like I mentioned, I used 2 of these stubs and then a third stub, which was just exposed to the collection environment in the processing room that I did the sampling in, just to show that there's no extraneous GSR particles in the processing room that will also be carried along through the examination process along with the stubs that I used to sample the actual headliner.
And is there any reason why you didn't sample or take every piece of the headliner and test every piece of it?
It's a large surface area and it is not efficient to be able to, I guess, get a representative sample of the entire surface area. But for policy for us, it is up to the examiner's discretion. Whenever the tack or the adhesive, the stickiness is lost on those samplers, you can either stop there with your sampling or use another adhesive sampler to continue sampling. And for me, I used 2 stubs for this particular headliner.
And what was the results of your testing?
The samples from the headliner, from the Audi A5, failed to reveal any particles that are characteristic of GSR.
Now, since you only tested a sample of the headliner, is it possible that there could have been GSR on the portion that you did not sample or that you did not stub?
It is possible that there is a small amount of GSR somewhere on that headliner that I happened to miss with the sampling process.
Now, I want to ask you a few hypotheticals. If a person is driving a car and they pull up to a red light, and at that red light, the same driver, I'm going to ask first, sticks their hands outside of the window and they fire a .40 caliber handgun, would you expect gunshot residue to enter into the car that the driver was in?
And is the driver that stuck the...
Yes, the driver, the person stuck their hands outside of the window and fired the firearm.
It's possible that a small amount of GSR could still be deposited inside the vehicle through that open window or door, perhaps, but not.
See, they already. This is how vile the prosecution is. Going into this part of the trial, the drinks homicide, they claimed Shannon Stillwell fired from within his car into Drink's vehicle. All of a sudden, and this is how unprepared they are, because they really didn't know what was in the evidence. And now they're desperately trying to make a square rock into a round room, or whatever the expression is.
Particularly a large amount of GSR. Most of that cloud or plume of GSR particles would be outside of the vehicle, but some of that still could be deposited inside as well.
Now, hypothetically, if a person...
Ms. Hilton, if you're going to get that far away from the mic, will you use the lapel mic or pick one up and carry it with you, please?
Sure, I'll stay by the mic, Your Honor. Hypothetically, is this good? Can you hear me? Okay. Hypothetically, if a person is driving a vehicle and they have passengers in that vehicle, and for some reason they're in the same car, the passenger shoots a gun inside of the car, inside of the same car, would you expect to find GSR inside of that vehicle?
Yes, if the gun is discharged within the cabin of that vehicle, I would expect to find GSR inside of that vehicle.
Would you expect to find more GSR in that vehicle where the gun was shot in the cabin, more than the gun that was shot outside of the window of the driver's side?
Yes, it is reasonable to expect that more GSR particles will be found in the vehicle where the firearm was discharged inside of the vehicle versus the vehicle where the firearm was discharged outside of the window of the vehicle.
And in this case, outside of testing the headliner, do you know anything about where that headliner came from, outside of knowing that it came from an Audi A5? Do you know anything else about that vehicle?
No, I do not.
Court's indulgence for a moment. My last question for now. Do the conditions in which a vehicle is stored affect whether or not you'll be able to find GSR? So for example, if the gun is fired outside of a vehicle and the windows remain down, or the sunroof is open, or the sunroof is open and closed multiple times, does that at all affect whether or not you will find GSR inside of the car?
If the GSR particles are already deposited inside of the vehicle, I suppose it's possible that you would lose a small amount if the windows are down or the sunroof is open. That's based on wind, or maybe if it rained or something like that. But I would expect for there to be a huge difference based off of that alone.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
Mr. Colvin, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Max Schroeder. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I appreciate you being here today. I'm going to ask you, let's play the hypotheticals first, and then I'm going to get into the work you actually did in this case, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you were just asked about some hypotheticals. Let's just be clear. In your expert opinion, if a gun was shot inside the cabin of a car and the sunroof was opened subsequently to the gunfire, and the windows were opened, and someone was driving around, in your expert opinion, the gunshot residue inside that car would remain, correct?
And this is after the gun was already discharged and the GSR was deposited?
Yes.
Yes, I would expect for there to be surfaces inside of that vehicle where the GSR particles remained, yes.
Okay, you were asked about a hypothetical where someone sticks their hand out the window. The driver sticks their hand out the window and shoots. Okay, first of all, there's a possibility that there would still be gunshot residue inside the cabin in that circumstance, correct?
That is correct.
Because it's a large plume of microscopic particles. How many particles are there typically, gunshot residue particles, discharged from a gun when it is fired?
We don't have a very accurate count on that for sure, because that's very difficult to count. But I would expect on the order of hundreds, at the very least, to be created when a firearm is discharged. Now, where those particles are deposited, that's a different story.
Could it be thousands?
It could be thousands. I can't say for sure. It's all dependent on how many shots we're talking about and how large the caliber of the firearm was.
And let me ask you this. So 3 to 4 shots fired outside the car, inside the car, either way, that would increase the amount of particles that are
Yeah, I think what this GSR person is talking about when he says hundreds, he's talking about maybe hundreds per square foot, hundreds per square inch, not hundreds in total, because these particles are microscopic and they will be everywhere. And thank you, Brooklyn, for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. Bringing the total to 2 new members today. Hey! To K-Bear's mama, who now have access to all my members-only content, her own emojis on the YouTubes, and access to my Discord. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brooklyn.
expelled from the firearm 3 to 4 times, correct?
Yes, it would. Yes.
That would make it more likely, even if a gun is shot outside a window, that there would be gunshot residue within the cabin that could be detected by you later on, correct?
Yes, that is reasonable to expect that there will be more available to deposit on some surface somewhere. Yes.
Okay, and while we're playing the hypothetical, if someone stuck their arm out the window, the driver's side window of a car, and fired a gun, and it was on video, you would expect to see muzzle flashes, wouldn't you?
On video?
Yes.
That's reasonable to expect. That's yes. It's a gunfire with a discharging fire.
Oh, the desperation from the prosecution, and Max Short just walks in and destroys it in less than 10 questions.
Yes.
You familiar with tint application?
A little bit,
That's
yes.
supposed to down the window within 24 to 48 hours after the tint is applied, correct?
That is what I've been told before, yes.
Leads to bubbling, leads to damage to the tint.
That's correct.
Okay, If a car is collected that recently had tint applied and there was no, within hours of this alleged shooting, and then there was no damage to that tint when it was later, when the car was later processed, would that be evidence that the window was never opened to shoot out at someone?
That is outside of my expertise. I'm not a window tint expert. I know I've been told that as well before with my own vehicle, but I cannot say for sure that that is the case here.
Well, while we were doing hypotheticals, I just wanted to ask that as well. Okay, but ultimately, getting back to the work you actually did, not hypotheticals. You've done with GBI, how long have you been working with GBI?
Over 9.5 years now.
Okay, excellent. You've done thousands of tests for gunshot residue, correct?
Oh, just over 1,000, yes.
Just over 1,000. You've tested headliners before, correct?
Yes, I
This
have.
isn't the first time.
No, it's not.
Okay, headliners are a relatively common part of a car to be collected to test for gunshot residue, correct?
To either be collected or someone has sampled a headliner and submitted it to us, yes.
And the reason is because the headliner, where it's situated in the car, would be a place where the gunshot residue, if the gun is fired in the car or even potentially outside the car, would be a place where gunshot residue would be deposited, correct?
That is correct. A good area for them to be retained if they were indeed deposited.
And you said retained. Retained, also the headliners, they're a cloth fabric, correct?
That's correct.
Textiles.
Typically,
Textiles,
yes.
correct?
Correct.
Different than a hand where you sweat and different things of that nature. These textiles tend to maintain and absorb absorb's a bad word, maintain the gunshot residue particles better than skin, for instance.
That's correct. Any item that's of cloth material or textile has the ability to hold on to or retain GSR particles better than a harder surface or better than a person's hands, simply due to the fact that we use our hands a lot. The more you're touching surfaces, you're going to lose those particles, or just washing your hands will cause you to lose all of those particles.
Okay. And in your work on this case, you took the headliner and you dabbed it with those sticky tabs, correct?
That's correct.
You did everything by the procedures as you were taught, correct?
That is correct.
You did everything by the procedures as is standing operating procedure with GBI, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in fact, you used that one tab, and then in fact, you broke out a second tab and continued to dab the headliner, correct?
That is correct.
How many dabs do you do with each tab?
Again, per our policy and our standards, we are to, and it's at the discretion of the examiner, but we will continue to dab until the tackiness or the stickiness of that adhesive surface is lost. And at that point, then you can move on to a second stub or third or however many there were, or be finished with your sampling process. So in this particular case, I can't really tell you for sure how many dabs that was. Maybe a couple dozen or more than that, but I can't tell you.
A couple of dozen. So the dab, I'm not entirely sure if it is a Q-tip or if it is some sticky tape. I don't know. But a couple of dozen tells me they really went to town on that liner. They were probably told, do whatever you can as long as you find. Because even if Shannon hadn't used the car in this, he might have fired somewhere else, gone into his car, touched the lining, rubbing it off. Anything. 2 microscopic pieces of gunshot residue in that car, and they would have tried to nail him on it. And they found nothing in that Audi. Absolutely nothing. And then Olivia say, it's sticky tape. Okay, so a couple of dozen sticky tapes going dun 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 dun. More, so more or less every inch of that liner was tested, and they found nothing.
For sure, we don't notate how many dabs there were.
All right. And you said that just dabbing, you probably didn't cover the entire surface of the headliner, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but the reality is you don't need to effectively test for gunshot residue, correct?
That is correct. Again, unfortunately, just due to the nature of the sampling process, we can't get to every square millimeter of that entire surface. So it's possible that some things could have been missed, but this is a sampling process that is.
Okay, seems like court is over for today. Oh, they went over a lot today. A lot. So if you just joined, welcome to recap. I haven't watched this. I'm speeding ahead, 1.25 or 1.5 speed, and skipping through the breaks. So we get all the interesting parts in this recap.
Recognized throughout the forensic community and is standard for us when it comes to sampling any items for GSR.
Well, and reality is, when we're talking about GSR, a gun doesn't disperse GSR to one little spot, all the GSR to one little spot on the headliner. It sends a plume. Correct?
That's correct. A plume or a cloud, yes.
And so when you're saying we didn't cover every little spot in your training experience using, in fact, not only one tab, but two tabs and dozens of dabs, in your 9.5 years experience, you dabbed enough to get an accurate representation of whether that headliner was exposed to a plume of gunshot residue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You felt great about the work you did. You followed all the procedures.
Yes, I did feel good about the sampling process that I did.
Okay. Let me ask you, you've said you've been called to testify 82 times.
When it comes to GSR, yes.
Is it fair to say that the majority of those times you came to testify in court, the GSR was positive?
Is that the majority of the time? Potentially.
Okay. Has the state called you personally as an expert in gunshot residue at times when the result was positive?
Yes, they have.
Okay. And when the result was positive, you came and shared with the jury about what the results were.
That is correct.
And it was the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. Just be clear, Fulton County District Attorney's Office is called you to testify about positive results before, correct?
Objection on relevance.
Overruled. You can answer.
I cannot say for sure, remembering my results from testifying in Fulton County, but it is reasonable to expect that there were some that were positive, and I was asked to testify to my results for them here. Yes.
Okay. So when the results were positive, the work was done well according to the prosecutors.
I can't really speak to.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Now, I want to ask you, going back to another hypothetical that I left out. The hypothetical of washing. Hypothetically, you can wash your hands, correct?
That's correct.
And that can remove gunshot residue.
Correct.
And you've talked about clothing and textiles and the potential to wash textiles or clothing, correct?
That's correct.
And you also said that there's studies that show even textiles or clothing, even if they go through the wash, still have gunshot residue, correct?
That is correct.
All right, but here's the thing. I want to talk about this case. Do you have any evidence? Is there any evidence that you noted in your report? Any evidence that this headliner had been washed?
There's no evidence that was noted or given to me that would indicate that it had been washed, but I would never really know for sure. Based off of what I am given to examine for the GSR analysis.
Well, I want to talk about the premise of the hypothetical. You do not have any evidence that this headliner was washed.
No, I do not.
Okay. All right, and ultimately, the results. Well, we talked about hundreds or thousands, or you said maybe thousands of particles. What is the threshold? I know that you said it's negative. The headliner was on each and every one of those tabs. When you looked under the scanning electron microscope with the beams, the electron beams, the result was negative. But what I want to know, what is the threshold for a positive?
We don't necessarily use the word positive. It's just, is the GSR there or not? And all you need is just one particle to say that, yes, there are particles characteristic of GSR present on this surface.
So all you need is one particle under that scanning electron microscope with the electron beams to be a positive result.
That is correct.
And in this case, the result of that headliner was negative, meaning you did not even see one particle of gunshot residue on that headliner.
That is correct.
Boom. Now, watching the video, listening to the investigators and all the shady things they did, I can conclude, for me, you might be of a different opinion, and you would be wrong. Shannon Stillwell did not kill Mr. Drinks. There is not a piece of physical evidence, not a piece of video, not a witness, nothing. This, I believe, might reach the threshold of a directed verdict. Might. But again, directed verdicts are extremely rare. Most attorneys go through their entire careers without getting one.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Mr. Shar just asked you if there was evidence that the car was washed. Do you know, sitting here, if there's evidence that it was not washed or cleaned?
No, I do not.
Mr. Shar asked you about muzzle flashing on a video. Do you remember him asking about that?
Yes.
If the video is grainy, would you expect to see muzzle flash?
I really can't tell you for sure without actually seeing the video myself. I suppose the graininess of video could impact that, but I can't say for sure.
And just because you don't see muzzle flash, does that mean a shooting did not occur?
I'm not really too sure on that one either.
So, the prosecution is now trying to say, just because we don't have evidence, doesn't mean it didn't happen. You have to produce evidence. That is your one job, Ms. Hilton. Present evidence. You can't just go up and say, well, you didn't see evidence. They didn't do it. This is so stupid. And this is their witness. They put him up there voluntarily.
You talked about a plume, the smoke or the cloud that comes out. The direction of the cloud, is that in the direction of the projectile of the bullet? Is that the direction of the plume that we are talking of?
So the plume or cloud is formed around the discharging firearm. Yes, the plume could have a more dense population of GSR particles in certain areas, depending on the environmental factors or what type of firearm it was. But it is a cloud or a plume of GSR particles that is created. And then you will also have some GSR particles traveling in the direction of the bullet with the bullet itself.
Can the length of time between the depositing of the GSR and the testing affect whether or not you will find GSR?
Yes, it can, just due to any factors or any events that could have occurred in the interim. So those GSR particles are deposited. Were they washed or wiped away or lost for whatever environmental reasons? That could affect the amount of GSR particles that are picked up when it's finally sampled for GSR. Of course, I can't say for sure what happened, but those are things that can affect any GSR examination, yes.
And do you have in your notes when you tested the headliner?
I sampled the headliner on June 1st, 2022.
All right. And again, cleaning, vacuuming inside of a car, inside of a vehicle, that can affect whether or not we find GSR. Is that fair?
Yes,
Or-
sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, that will affect the amount of GSR particles that are there.
Thank you. No further questions.
So now we're dealing with a hypothetical about vacuuming. you have any evidence that this headliner was vacuumed?
No, I do not.
Okay. And when I understand that you collected the samples on June 1st, 2022.
That's correct.
When did you receive the headliner from APD?
APD submitted the headliner on March 23rd, 2022.
Okay, between March 23rd, Matt,
Mhm.
and this is the headline?
Yes.
Okay, between March 23rd and June 1st, did the headliner, was it continuously, uninterruptedly kept in this evidence bag?
Based on the notes that I have and the records that I have, yes, it was.
And this evidence bag was sealed?
Yes, it was.
So no one from GBI took this headliner between March 23rd and June 1st and stuck it in the laundry?
No, they did not.
No one took the headliner and went out on Panthersville Road and ran in the yard with the headliner, just waving it around?
That's correct. No, they did not.
It was maintained in a sealed evidence bag,
Yes, it was.
just like all other evidence that is brought in to GBI for testing, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you for your time.
Oh, Max shot, you absolute beast, you wonderful human being.
You are excused. Helen Shell's next witness.
Relatively short, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and call another witness before lunch.
Okay.
Your Honor, this
Great
calls
witness for the
Investigator Kilgore to
defense.
stand.
Great witness for the defense. Oh, Kilgore. That's a name I've heard before. That's a name I've heard before. It sounds like a bad supervillain. BC, I'm playing this in 1.25 speed, so everybody is a bit sped up. Yeah, that GSR guy was excellent for the defense. That was great.
It's Investigator Jennings Kilgore, JENNINGS KILGORE.
So,
Welcome
Kilgore.
back, Investigator Kilgore. How are you doing, sir?
Good, sir. How are you?
Doing well. When you had testified previously, you explained that you work for the APD Crime Lab
Yes.
and discussed NIBIN.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask you about some additional NIBIN testing that you performed.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask you if you analyzed any NIBIN 9mm cartridge cases related to March 2022 in this case.
Which case number is that?
So I'm going to start with APD case number 220841-701.
Okay. Yes, on that particular case, we received 15 9mm cartridge cases, 140 cartridge case, and a metal jacket fragment.
Now, with that case, when did you get those items?
We received those on March the 30th, 2022.
And after you received those, did you submit them into the NIBIN system?
We did.
What did you get, if any, as any results?
On those particular 9mm cartridge cases, we came up with 4 potential leads to other cases in the system.
And when you get leads, do you yourself keep like an Excel spreadsheet of a NIBIN lead?
Yes, we have an Excel spreadsheet with the numbers of the total number of NIBIN leads that we have found at the lab to date.
Yes.
So, what's going on now? Is this news to the defense? That this guy all of a sudden decided to, hey, let me check the NIBIN system if we get some hits based on shit science. And sidebar counter number 338. Oh. Oh, wow. Let's see. Skipping ahead.
Now, Investigator Kilgore, did you ever have, with the case number we just discussed, a NIBIN lead for an APD case number ending in 00312?
Yes, we did.
And you see that whiteboard to your right shoulder?
Yes.
Is that top case number 2207-00312 one of the NIBIN leads?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, subject to stipulation by the parties, this is related to the March 11, 2022 murder of Darius Ford and Christian McMiller. Now, Investigator Kilgore, did the 9mm cartridge cases that were tethered to the case we just discussed on March 11, 2022, did they ever have any connection to the second APD case number, that whiteboard beneath you, 220750015?
Yes, there was an additional lead to that case number also.
And so essentially those two in case numbers and the second one that we just discussed pertaining to the stipulation, 2830 Waters Road, shell casings collected, the 9mm cases from those two incidents match one another per your system.
Yes, there was a potential NIBIN lead between the three of those.
And as you have discussed to this jury before, once you got the NIBIN computer system match, did you conduct your own review of those images?
Yes, once the matches come back on the computer system, we review the images. We look to see if we see enough similarities between them to send them to the GBI lab for confirmation. And at that point, we do a report saying we have a NIBIN lead on it and disseminate it to detectives.
And what was the day that this initial NIBIN lead came to your attention?
Our print off from the day that we got these leads was April 7th, 2022.
I need to stop y'all for just a minute.
Yes,
There's
Your
a
Honor.
juror that really needs to use the restroom.
Understood, Your Honor.
And I don't know who it is, but how much longer do we have with this witness?
I have one more question.
Can 2 more minutes, or is it a right now situation? Go ahead. Thank you.
And Investigator Kilgore, after you did that match, did you transport those 9mm shell casings to the GBI?
Yes, they go to the GBI after that for confirmation.
Thank you, sir. No further questions by the state.
All right, we'll break for lunch. Let's plan for y'all to be back.
Whatever he was about to go into in detail, he wasn't allowed to. And now they break for lunch. Okay. And through the magic of recapping, well, let's see first if they are talking about something else. No, they weren't. And magic of recapping.
You need to take a look at the proposed limiting instruction that kind of combines everything.
I looked at it, Your Honor. It looks good to us.
Okay. Any comments from the state on it?
Your Honor, I was wondering one last time.
Sure, go ahead.
I didn't see any recommended edit or objections, I should say.
Okay. All right, if you want to take another look before I. And then on the couple of times where they're going to hear, I guess, the conversation with Mr. Garlington and somebody else, and you'll tell me when that's coming up. I'm planning to say, you may consider only Mr. Garlington's words as evidence. You are not to consider the other speaker's statements against anyone or as substantive evidence in this trial on any count. Sound good? Okay. All right, any other matters? Okay. All right, is the jury ready? All right, we'll get out the jury. And you want to get your next witness headed this way? Yes.
Mr. Sharp, he's discussing a very similar topic to our previous witness.
Okay.
So we have a stipulation about what case.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, I need to clip those two. I need to find it and clip it together. Day 157, about an hour before court ended, Dirty Detective Hogan testified and said that he did not have the headliner tested. Today we know that was a lie. So he lied under oath on the stand. How about that, folks?
All right, for the jury.
Thank you.
I do. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Tanner, MARKTANNER.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tanner.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury where you are employed?
Currently employed at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, also known as the ATF, in Huntsville, Alabama.
What do you do for the ATF?
I am a firearms and tool marks examiner for the.
Are you kidding? Another tool mark guy? The fuck? Is this the ending of the state's case? I mean, they bring in, what is it, the third tool mark person in 2 days? Wow.
NIBIN program, which is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. In Huntsville, Alabama, we have what's called the NNCTC. It's the NIBIN National Correlation and Training Center, and I'm a firearms examiner there.
Now, how long have you been with the ATF?
I've been there for about a year and a half now.
Where were you before the ATF?
I was employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation here in Atlanta prior to that.
What did you do for the GBI?
I was a firearms and tool marks examiner in the Division of Forensic Sciences.
And how many years were you with the GBI?
About 7.5 years.
Now, can you briefly describe for the jury the training and experience you've had related to firearms examining?
Yes, sir. So I have a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry from Armstrong State University. I then completed a 2-year training program at the GBI. This consisted of microscopic analysis of bullets and cartridge cases, as well as the ammunition components. So what are bullets and what are cartridge cases? Firearms operation and safety, muzzle to target distance determination. So how far away a firearm was from a shooting. And then I also did tool mark analysis, where it's like pliers, bolt cutters and such. And then I did analysis of serial number restorations. So if a serial number was scratched off, I would help restore those. And then after that initial 13 months, I then did a 7-month supervised casework period. During this time, I would work normal cases at the GBI under the direct supervision of a fully trained examiner. So I would create the reports, create the notes, and then a second examiner would go back and ensure everything was done properly. At the completion of that, towards the end of the 2 years, I did verification and peer review training. So verification is where we will examine other analysts' work and ensure that the findings are what they should be. And then peer review is ensuring that all policies and procedures are followed properly. And that concluded my 2 years, and I became an independent examiner where I work normal cases.
Now, have you ever testified in court before?
I have.
And have you been qualified as an expert?
I have.
What were you qualified as an expert in?
Firearms examination.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender Mark Tanner as an expert in firearms examination.
All right, he is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I wanted to turn your attention to ask you if you ever had the opportunity to do some firearms examination for the DOFIS case number ending in 1001777.
Yes, I have.
And can you describe for the jury what you obtained for that case in terms of what were you examining?
So for the DOFS case number, or Division of Forensic Sciences case number, 2023-1001777, I received 5 cartridge cases. So that's actually cartridge cases that have been fired from a firearm. Most people call them spent shell casings, but they're actual cartridge cases that have been fired. I received 5 under that case number, and then I received others under different case numbers.
In total, did you have 4 separate case numbers?
I did.
And did what you receive, where did you get that from? What agency?
So there were 4 different cases submitted by the Atlanta Police Department. and they wanted me to do analysis of those cartridge cases.
Now, I wanted to ask you, you see that whiteboard over your right shoulder?
Yes.
Is the APD case number at the top ending in 00312 one of the agency case numbers that you examined?
Yes, it is.
And is the 0015 underneath that tethered to the 2830 Waters Road one of the incidents that you examined?
It is, yes.
And in total, did you receive 34 cartridge cases between 4 different cases? If I did that math right.
34?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
And can you tell the jury when you have a situation such as this with different cases and cartridge cases, when you do your analysis, does each cartridge case get compared with every other?
Yes. So whenever I have 34 cartridge cases, I'm going to examine all of those to each other to just ensure I'm being thorough through the evidence.
And was it Investigator Kilgore with the APD Crime Lab who reviewed these initially before you began your examination?
Yeah, it's my understanding that Investigator Kilgore did the NIBIN analysis of these cartridge cases.
And what ultimate conclusion did you reach specifically focused on the 2 case numbers on that whiteboard, the March 11, 2022 ending in 312 and the March 16, 2022 ending in 0015?
So the agency number 3 ending in 312 from March 11th contained 8 9mm cartridge cases, and then the 0015 from March 16th that contained 5 9mm cartridge cases. Determined that all 13 of those were fired from the same firearm, and they are consistent with being fired from a Glock 9mm pistol.
Is there anything unique about a Glock when you analyze their cartridge cases?
Yes, sir. So Glock makes their firearms a very specific way. They've been doing it since they began. The hole that is punched out of the slide of the firearm where the firing pin protrudes through, it's called the aperture. It is rectangular in nature on these types of firearms. And the firing pin itself is in the shape of an elliptical shape. And they also have a very distinct ejector mark in the shape of what looks like a kidney.
I'm sorry, what was that in the shape of?
A kidney.
And can you briefly summarize for the jury what you did with these cartridge cases that is different than what the APD Crime Lab would have done?
So the Atlanta Police Department would have entered these cases onto the NIBIN program and then ran through the system, correlating them against each other. And a lead was generated by Kilgore, Investigator Kilgore. He then submitted that to me because the lead is just presumptive. There's no finite conclusion to it. Whenever he submits that to the GBI for examination, I take the physical evidence, I place it on the comparison microscope, which is 2 simple microscopes joined by an optical bridge in the middle, so I can see them side by side at the same lighting and the same magnification. So whereas he's looking at the images on the computer, I take it a step further and look at the actual evidence under the microscope. I compare the pattern that is left by that firearm on each cartridge case, and I determine whether those patterns are the same or not. And if they are the same, they're indicated as being fired from the same firearm.
In the field of firearms identification, what is the national error rate in that field?
The error rate is currently sitting just under 1%, and that's based on federal studies by the FBI.
And just to conclude, the March 11, 2022 cartridge cases and the March 16, 2022 cartridge cases, from your determination, were fired from the same firearm?
Yes, sir, they are.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions from the state.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, step up. Antonio Sumlin to stand.
Okay. Not much there. Not much there. Who's next? Yeah. Subtle this, I mean, but oh, here we go. This is the final person with a plea deal. I don't remember his name.
A-N-T. Antonio Sumlin. A-N-T-O-N-I-O. S-U-M-L-I-N.
And Mr. Sumlin, how old are you?
34.
And are you employed?
Not right now.
Where are you from?
Atlanta, Georgia.
And what part of Atlanta?
Cleveland Avenue area.
Okay. And if you're going to swing this, I need to speak in your mic. So are you a little nervous?
A little.
A lot. Okay. Well, don't swing in your chair just so that the jurors can hear you, okay? You say you're from the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes, ma'am.
And you just
Yes,
speak up.
ma'am.
And
You can move that mic and pull it closer to you if you want, or if that would help.
and what part of the Cleveland Avenue area were you raised?
I mean, like the Mount Zion.
Okay. And do you have a nickname?
Yes,
What's your nickname?
Obama.
And how'd you get the nickname
Oh,
Obama? How'd you get the nickname Obama?
really, we was just playing around, growing up, and it just stuck with me. It just stuck.
As you were growing up in the Cleveland Avenue area, did you ever hear of a gang called Rock Crew?
Yes, I heard the Rock Crew.
Okay. And how did you know about Rock Crew?
I mean, it was just a little, it was popular where I was from, like where I was growing up at.
Were you part of Rock Crew?
Yes, now.
Did you know someone by the name of Quentin Porter?
Yes,
And did you also call him Boo or Big Boo?
yes.
When did you join or become affiliated with Rock Crew?
2006, 2007,
How old were you?
16, something.
And at some point, did Rock Crew transition into YSL?
Some people stayed Rock Crew, some people went YSL.
Okay. What did you do?
I mean, both of them from the area, so I mean, I never really picked a side. I really just.
Did you ultimately just claim both? I'm Rock Crew and I'm YSL.
I mean, yeah, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was the reason for the change between Rock Crew to YSL?
I really think, like, from my,
Sustained.
Do you know why there was a change from Rock Crew to YSL?
I don't call it like 15 something years.
I didn't hear you.
I say I don't call it like 15 some years ago.
Okay. Now is why
They are still trying to make that happen. No, Rock Crew disbanded. A few of Rock Crew joined the YSL label, the YSL group, so to speak. But he signed a plea deal.
YSL a gang?
Me personally, I never looked at it as a game.
What did you look at it as?
I had a friend that when I came home from prison, he was successful. So I thought I was a part of something successful.
When did you go to prison?
2013.
Was YSL formed before you went to prison?
Yes, yes.
And the person that you're saying, a friend who was successful, who are you speaking of?
Mr. Will.
Is that Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Now you went to prison in 2013. Before going to prison, was he successful?
He had a buzz. I wouldn't say successful, but he most definitely had a buzz. Like his name was getting out there.
And was YSL formed before he had the buzz?
I don't know call it. I don't know.
What does YSL stand for?
I mean, you can use it in any kind of way. You're on successful living, you're on stoner lifestyle, you're on slime life.
Before you went to prison, how were you using YSL?
2013. Before, when I went to prison, it was on slime life, 2013.
And do you actually have YSL tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have Slime Life tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Yeah, I suspect that the prosecution played Monktunk's revocation hearing
I'm gonna
nonstop
show you what's been marked as
to this guy.
408, 409,
Yeah,
410,
he saw what they
411,
did to
413. Have you actually
Monktunk.
looked at this before you came to testify today?
Yes, ma'am.
And I showed it to you earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
And without saying what's in the picture, well, strike that. What are you looking at in those pictures?
Myself.
And does it appear to be yourself in all of those pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're right. This time the state would like the 10 to 6 exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413 as evidence.
Admitted.
And Mr. Sumlin, I'm gonna take those back from you, and you can look either on the TV, on the screen in front of you, or the screen behind you. These pictures are gonna come up on this. I'm gonna actually first start with 413. 413. Looking at State's Exhibit 413, is this an Instagram post?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is your Instagram post _1 Obama?
Yes.
Where's this picture taken?
I think I was at the house on Brown Mill Road,
Where is that house at on Browns Mill Road?
across the street from the golf course.
And does that house have a particular name?
Yeah, we gave it a nickname, the Web.
Okay. And you said we gave it the nickname. Who is the we that gave it the nickname?
I can't. I just know we used to call it the Web. I can't particularly who made the name up.
My one hope here is the jury already know about the state's shenanigans, or they figure it out, because people have been obnoxious, have been contested, had been everything towards the prosecution, and now this guy shows up and is literally shaking on the stand. Literally shaking. I hope they figure it out, the jury. I hope they figure it out. Jesus Christ, this kid is not well.
Commissioner, approach again, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 426 and 427. Tell me if you recognize what's inside of 426 and 427.
Yes.
How do you recognize 426 and 427?
That's the living room,
Of where?
the house on Brown Mill.
Is that the living room of the web?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 426 and 427 into evidence.
They're admitted.
Now, Mr. Sumlin, I'm looking at State's Exhibit 408. Is that the YSL tattoo that we just talked about earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get that tattoo?
In prison.
Okay. And about what year did you get it?
Probably 14. I don't.
All right. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 409. And I'll zoom in, please. What is that tattoo of on your, which arm is that?
My right arm.
Okay. And what is depicted on your right arm?
Slime life.
Okay. And is there a snake on top of Slime Life?
Yes.
What does that snake symbolize?
I said, got it. What you mean with this symbolize?
Was that was a snake a symbol used by members of YSL?
Yes.
Okay. And when it says Slime Life, what does Slime Life mean?
I just got it when I was in prison. I was hearing good things about. So, I was just getting stuff really. That was so long ago. I was trying to put all that behind me.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 410 VV. And I'll zoom in a little. Thank you. What is depicted, and is this on your left arm?
Yes.
What's depicted on your left arm?
It's a street sign.
Okay. And what is the street sign?
Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Does that say Cleveland Avenue?
They say Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Why did you put Cleveland, not Cleveland?
Cause that's just like around that time, that's the slang we were using. It was just some slang we were just using, and I was just young and just getting tattooed.
Even his
And you
voice
also
is
did this tattoo
shaking.
while you were in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at State's Exhibit 411 VV, what is depicted in 411 VV?
It's a 5 with 5 stars.
And what was that? What did that symbolize? The 5 and the 5 stars.
No, when I was younger, when I was younger, I was claiming blood. When I was younger, like 15, 2000. I had it before I went to prison, so they like 2010.
And you said when you were younger, around 2000, you claimed the blood.
I claimed blood.
Was there specific blood set that you claimed?
No, I don't even think I was real blood. And I just know it came to Atlanta, and I was just saying I was a blood.
Okay. How many 5-point star tattoos do you have on your body?
On my body?
On your body.
I don't know how many on my body.
Do you have more than what's just depicted in this picture?
Yes.
Do you have some 5-point stars on like your stomach area?
Yes.
Do you have 5-point stars on your other arm?
Yes, man. 5-point stars is really like filling work.
It was the 5-point stars significant to your affiliation with claiming the blood?
I mean, I ain't gonna say all on. Someone was just really filling work just to make the tattoo look full.
What made you choose 5-point stars over something else?
I don't call.
Now, do you have any tattoos with Stoner Life?
Stoner Life?
Yeah.
No, ma'am.
What about any tattoos with Successful Life?
I mean, the one on my chest can stand for all of them. You don't say none in particular.
Do you have anything similar to your Slime Life tattoo? Do you have anything similar like Successful Life spelled out?
No, ma'am.
Now, did there ever come a point in time where you would call yourself the original Slime, or a group of you all to be the original Slime?
Yes.
What does that mean to be?
Oh. Miss Hilton, you might have stepped in it. OG Slimes, you know who else called himself that? Bonnie Willis' former client. This is probably the first time that expression has been used in this trial. YSL Mondo called himself OG Slime, the unoriginal Slime. Even went as far as calling himself one of the founders. I hope the defense took notice. I hope the defense took notice.
The original Slime.
Only thing I mean by original is day one before all this.
And we say day one before all this. What do you mean?
I mean, like before, like day one back. I mean, I was just saying like before the fame and stuff.
And have you had the opportunity to view a video from your Instagram account where you talk about the original Slime?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 415 VV. Tell me if you recognize 415 VV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 415 VV?
I mean, dated her.
Is that the video that we watched?
Yes.
All right. And did that appear to be the post that you put on your page?
Yes.
Did it appear to be any more additions or deletions from the post that you put on your page?
What you mean addition?
Did it appear to have anything more than what you put on your page?
No.
Did it have anything less than what you put on your page?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 415 VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And before we play, what does the caption say on this IG post? God bless you.
Original slime shit.
And are there emojis?
Yes, it's heart, snake heart.
All right. And then who are some of the people that are tagged inside of the post?
Ocean Drive, Slam, say, no snitching, slimy great, and Thugger.
Who is Ocean Drive Slim?
A friend of mine that was killed.
Okay. And is that Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
All right. And then no snitching. Is that who? Do you know who that is?
No, I forgot. That was 2017.
I can't hear you.
I think that was 2017. I don't remember.
Who was Slime the Great?
He in the video. He was also killed.
Okay. And then it's Thugger. Who was Thugger on?
Mr. Will.
All right. Where is this video filmed?
On Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
In some apartments.
Where are the apartments?
I think we're behind the checkers.
And is that behind the checkers that's near I-75 in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
They already know. They already know YSL was dead and pale, bitch. Murder gang, bitch. Yeah. Slick. No cap. And we actually free. You know that. Original shit, bitch.
And is that Mr. Williams right there throwing up the YSL sign?
Yes.
And is Mr. McMiller in that video prior to his death?
You say prior to his death?
Yes, that him in the video.
Yes.
Right. Is that him kind of behind Mr. Williams, behind the Y and the YSL?
Yes.
All right. And are you the one video recording the video?
Yes.
Okay.
The other young man who passed away, what was his name?
Yeah, Miss Hilton, these are guys in the YSL who got killed by other people. How is that investigation going, Miss Hilton? Or you just don't care? Because Fannie Willis was already all in on the YSL thing, so she didn't care about the YSL people who got murdered.
His name Tay. I know his name Tay.
Okay. And is he related at all to Quindarius there?
Yes.
How?
It's blood brother.
Now, Mr. Williams, what back in 2017, or even up to 2022, what did you call Mr. Williams?
Lil Joe.
Is that the only name that you reference him by?
I might say slime sometimes. You know, you use that like it's a universal word, like twin. Call everybody slime. I might say slime sometimes. I don't know, but I know how to say Lil Joe.
What about Spider?
I ain't never called him Spider.
How long have you known Mr. Williams?
2007, 2008.
And did you all grow up together in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Did y'all go to school together?
I don't think we went to school together, but we grew up in the same area.
Do you, yes or no, do you know Shannon Jackson, also known as Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
In number of years, how long have you known him?
I've been knowing Shannon 20, 25 years.
Yes or no, did you all grow up together?
I mean, off and on, like, you know, I know Shannon way before Cleveland, the Cleveland Avenue area.
Yes or no, do you consider Shannon as a part of the original slime crew?
I can't, 2000, I can't say, like, 'cause before I went to prison, I was on house arrest for 15 months, so I don't know who was outside. I had to be in the house at 7 for 15 months. I didn't know who was outside with who. I didn't. Then I went and did my 5 years. I can't say.
This kid is about to have a panic
I'm gonna
attack.
show you what's been marked as Exhibit 414 BV. Do you recognize Exhibit 414 BV?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize 414 BV?
It's a picture with me in it.
Do you recognize people in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize the people in the picture?
Well, it was person who posted. It say Slime Bing Bing, and I see me, Mr. Stillwell, and another guy.
And where did y'all take that picture?
It was at Cleveland Avenue Park.
And does that appear to look like the people that you know inside that picture?
What you mean?
Do they look like the people that you know? The people that you took the picture with?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You're on this on the state would like to admit 414 BV.
All right, it's admitted.
And while we're getting ready to publish that, do you know an individual by the name of Diamante Kendrick?
What's his nickname?
Yet Gotti.
Yes.
In a number of years, how long have you known Yet Gotti?
Probably about 3, 4 years, something like that, like 3, 2, 3.
Yeah, all of this testimony he is giving now was supposed to be against
Yes or no?
Mr. Williams,
Do you
young
consider
thug.
him a part of the original slime crew?
I mean, I think when I came home, he was signed to the label. So, I mean, talking about the original, like,
Whoever you define.
I remember, I can't remember from him being around back then.
Okay. Do you know Trontavia Stevens, Tick or Slug?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you known Tick?
15, 20 years, something like that.
And is he considered for you someone a part of the original slime crew?
Yes, he growed up with us.
Do you consider him or Mr. Williams one of the founders of YSL?
What you mean by found? Like,
Who decided to start YSL?
yeah, they wanted to, yeah, yes.
What about Walter Murphy or DK?
Yeah, DK was around too.
Would you consider yourself a founder?
A founder. I was around. I never looked at it like that. Like, I never looked at it like, I just know we was just hanging together. And
Miss Hilton, ask about Mondo. Ask about Mondo. I dare you.
And we talked about Christian McMillan, Darius Ford. Did you know Darius?
Yes,
And what was your relationship like with Darius?
a friend.
And how long have you known, when he was alive, how long did you know him?
I met him when I got out of prison. He died in 22, so like 4 or 5 years.
And then what about Demekion Garlington?
Ask
just know
about
each other through past.
Mondo. Miss Hilton, I dare you.
You know
Ask
an
about
individual by the name of
Mondo.
Cordarius Dorsey, or also known as Polo.
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
I met Polo the day my mom died in prison. I was in prison, she passed away.
And when you left prison, did you maintain a relationship with him?
Yes, we talked.
How often would y'all talk?
I mean, he called. I ain't talking not every day, but I'm saying we communicated.
Did y'all ever hang out?
Yeah, we hung out a couple times.
I want to take you back to April of 2022. Was Mr. Dorsey incarcerated in April of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Dorsey reach out to you in order to set up a robbery or a homicide?
He reached out a phone call. Thinking. Yes, I know. I don't even remember the phone call, but
Let me. During that phone call, was he trying to set up a robbery of a person?
yes, I think he asked me something about it.
Ask him about
You say you think
Mondo.
he asked you something about it. What do you mean?
I mean, he asked me something about a robbery, but I was there. Like when you have people in that situation, sometimes you just tell them whatever. You just tell
Miss
them whatever.
Hilton, ask him about
What did he ask you to tell you
Mondo.
to do?
I think he asked me to go rob somebody. I think he asked me to go rob somebody.
I dare you.
And did he ask you to rob somebody with another individual?
I can't recall if it was another individual. I know he had me like.
Come
Did he actually put you in
on.
touch or put you in touch with a person by the name of Boulay?
Another name that's not Mondo.
What you mean?
On that phone call, did he want you and Boulay to go rob somebody?
I remember he wanted me. I don't even remember Boulay even being on the phone. I don't even remember.
Did he give you some information for the person that he wanted you to rob?
Yes, he gave me information, but that's all it was. Like I definitely did it. Like when I hung up the phone, it was what it was. I never took the first step to do anything else. I never contacted or nothing.
Did he give you the phone number of the person?
Yes, he provided the phone number.
Did he discuss with you a plan on how to lure the victim to a location so that you could rob him?
I don't recall all that. I don't recall all that.
Did you agree to do it?
Yes, I agreed, but once I hung up the phone, it was over with. I was just having idle talk.
And as a part of the indictment in this case, did you plead to that charge?
Yes, I pled guilty.
Do you know someone by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And what do you call Christian Eppinger?
Call him Big Briss.
Big what?
Big Briss.
Okay. How do you spell Briss?
You spell it Chris, but you just substitute the B, I guess.
You substitute the C for the B?
Yeah.
How long have you known Mr. Eppinger?
Including this year?
Including this year.
Probably about 3 years.
Mondo.
Are you older or younger than him?
Older.
Miss
Do you know about how
Hilton,
much older you are?
I dare you. Ask about Mondo
How did you meet
being
him?
a founder of YSL. You know Mondo, Miss Hilton. He used to be a client of District Attorney Fani Willis, who openly admits, or at least says, he's a founder of YSL. Why isn't he in this indictment at all, Miss Hilton? Is it because Fani Willis is a corrupt, throughout rotten soul? Is that because you're scared of Fani Willis, what she will do to you? Or is it because you are the exact copy of Fani Willis, just as rotten? I don't care if you play nice with the defense, that they talk to you, that they actually agree now to stipulations, because Miss Love is even worse. Miss Love, we know, actually goes out of her way to put innocent people in jail in the hope that they will die there. But you, Miss Hilton, you're just corrupt. But Fannie Willis, she hides Mondo. Is that why you don't want to bring up Mondo, Miss Hilton?
I met him. Yeah, when he got out of prison, I met him. I don't know. We hung in the same area, probably gambled together. I don't know.
And we say hanging in the same area. Was that the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How often would you see him in the Cleveland Avenue area?
I mean, whenever I decide to come outside, whenever he decided to come outside, I ain't just coming outside looking for nobody. Like, if I seen him, I probably seen him. Then, you know what I'm saying?
Did you ever hang out with him?
Yeah, we probably hung out at the park.
Did he have your phone number?
Yes.
Did you have his phone number?
Oh, you talking about, did he have my phone number when he was incarcerated?
When he was incarcerated and when he was not incarcerated, did he have your phone number?
He probably did have my phone number. He probably did.
Now, we talked about the web. You said it was on Brownsmill Road across from the golf course?
Yes.
Okay. Who owned the web?
I don't know who owned the web.
Whose home was it?
What you mean, like who?
Whose childhood home was
Mr. Williams growed up in that house.
it? In 2021, did you spend time at that location?
Yes.
Who acquired it for you in 2021?
I think Mr. Williams had rented it for us.
And would people sell drugs outside of the web? Sell drugs at the web?
I mean, I sold drugs, but I don't know. Like, I don't know if nobody was selling drugs. Like, I can't say nobody was just selling drugs outside the web. Like, I wasn't even selling drugs at the web. Like, I go to the store, but like, he got that house for people who didn't have nowhere to go. They go lay their heads and like, you get what I'm saying? Like, if you get into it with your girl, you got somewhere to go. You want to have some extra company, you got somewhere to go.
Did he also provide the web so that you would stop selling drugs at the gas station?
From my understanding, he secured the spot so we can have somewhere safe to be, because they kept shooting up our store.
Who kept shooting up the store?
I mean, I don't know who wrote. I didn't never go get them.
So I'm gonna ask you again, did you sell drugs out of the web?
Like, I never really just sold drugs out of the web. I can say it. Like, I never.
I didn't ask about you. I asked, well, did they sell drugs?
You actually just said you, so.
Excuse me, did YSL members sell drugs out of the web?
I mean, they weren't doing business with me. I went in a bit. And I can't tell you what another grown man. I went watching another grown man do. Like, it was just something I ain't into.
Do you remember taking a plea in December 2022 in this case?
Yes, I remember.
All right. And as a part of your plea agreement, do you remember going over certain factual acknowledgements?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. These factual acknowledgements that they are about, because I saw this on Thuggy Dailies, these factual acknowledgements have not been really public until now. This might be damaging. Depending, but remember, he didn't write this. They did. Had him sign it saying you can go home if you sign this today.
And have you had the opportunity to look at those factual acknowledgements prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's in Market 6 Exhibit 420.
It's just rumors that Miss Love is taken off the case. She is around. She's just not up in front.
The whole document.
Yeah, you can flip through to make sure the entire thing.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's 420 VB, the plea agreement that you signed when you took a plea in this case.
Yes.
And does that appear to be the entire agreement with no additions or deletions?
Yes.
Looking at 420 BV. First, I want to go to number 14. Here, the house on Browns Mill Road, is that referred to as the web?
I said it.
All right. Looking at number 13, does that say YSL members sold drugs from their home at 2539 Browns Mill Road, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you initial that right there?
I did.
And did you initial that as a factual acknowledgement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you again. Did YSL members sell drugs from their home? Overruled. You can answer.
Like, even though just it wasn't just YSL member allowed there, like it just like what you saying, have I ever seen somebody sell drugs out of the web?
I just asked, did YSL members sell drugs from the web?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to publish what we just admitted.
Read it. Oh, the pictures?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
426 BV and 427 BV. Right. Is that the living room at the web?
Yes.
And is that a security system inside that living room?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 427 BV. Is that the same, just a different angle of the web or the living room at the web?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you familiar with a home at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, I've been there before.
And whose home is that?
I mean, I don't know whose spot it was. I know I used to go there and play the game and gamble and stuff.
Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
Can you repeat it?
Sure. Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
I know somebody by Big Nick. I don't know Nicholas. I don't know Nick Carter.
And how do you know Big Nick?
Just from around the area.
Do you know him to stay at 2830 Waters Road?
Stay there.
Yes.
I know. I mean, I ain't freaking Water Road like this. So like, I don't see him there, but I don't know if he stayed there.
You said that you would go there and play the game. What game are you talking about?
I'm gonna go play the PlayStation 5.
You said PlayStation 5?
Yes, no.
The other YSL members congregate at 2830 Waters Road.
Like, they just like, I don't. Yeah, I used to see some people like visit, some people come there, but there wasn't no YSL, like there wasn't no YSL like spot, like there wasn't no YSL spot.
Did members of YSL congregate at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, we used to meet up before shows and before we go out and perform. Yes, yes, we don't.
Is 2830 Waters Road another location where drugs are sold out of?
Drawer probably sold out of drawer probably.
Drugs probably or drugs were?
Like, I mean, they probably were. Like, I'm not watching nobody. Like,
Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
I sold drugs out there.
Thank you for that. Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
Yes.
Did YSL member keep guns at 2830 Waters Road?
I don't know nothing about no guns. I don't.
All of this has been shown on pictures and everything. It's just that it's supposedly this guy should induce the jury with more realism into the pictures and stuff. I'm not sure it's working.
I don't know nothing about no gun.
Playing in 1.5 speed here, so we get through it.
Permission to approach.
You may. Go ahead. The witness or me?
No, I want to approach the witness, but I thought you were
Yes, you
asking.
may. No.
412 BB. I'm sure you must have already stated 412 BB. Do you recognize 412 BB?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 412 BB?
It's a picture of me.
And is that a picture of you from your Instagram page?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 412 BV into evidence. Permission to publish. First, where is this picture taken?
Cleveland Avenue Park.
And the clothing that you're wearing, what is it? What is massa? Does that say massa on your pants leg?
Yes.
What does that stand for?
I think make America slime again.
And is that a snake on the right-hand side of the pants leg?
I gave that supposed to be a snake.
Okay. And then what is your caption?
Can't spell slime without me.
And then do you have a hashtag?
The beast.
All right. Now, with YSL, does the YSL gang have a rivalry with the YFN gang?
I mean, a couple guys from both sides probably have some personal issues, but like as a whole, I don't. They probably have some personal issues, but as a whole, I can't just say everybody got a problem with everybody. Like they got personal issues, whatever they got going on, they got going on.
I'll ask again, is YFN a rival gang to YSL?
I mean, we don't been on to go back and forth, so like.
In that same factual acknowledgement, I'll show you again 420 BB. On page 2, what does number 3 say?
YFN is a rival gang to YSL.
And did you initial that with your initials? On the
Yes.
document?
Yes.
And did you also sign this document?
Yes.
So, how long has the rivalry been in existence?
I was in prison.
So did it start when you were in prison?
Yes.
Do you know what year it started?
No.
How long were you in prison?
52 months.
So when did you get out?
2017.
Did the rivalry start before you got out of prison in 2017?
I mean, I hadn't heard some stuff, but I guess.
Do you know an individual by the name of YFN Lucci or Rayshawn Bennett?
Yes.
How were you familiar with him?
He's a rapper.
Do you know him outside of being a rapper?
A person?
A person?
I said personally?
Yes.
No.
Back in February of 2022, specifically February 9th, 2022, were you aware of him being stabbed in a Fulton County jail?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Jaden Myrick?
No. Well, I heard about him when this case came about, but I don't know him. I don't know him at all.
I want to take you to February 22nd of 2022. Did you get a call from Christian Eppinger while he was in the Fulton County jail?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he reach out to you to get permission to harm Lucci, YFN Lucci?
Yes, he reached out to me.
And have you had opportunity to listen to that jail call in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey did a 418 BB. Do you recognize 418 BB?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I mean, you showed it to me earlier.
Is that the jail call?
I mean, you showed me 3 discs. I think you say jail call.
Have you heard the jail call?
Yes, earlier.
All right. Yeah, this time to stipulate the tender and admit 418 VV into evidence.
All right, it's admitted without objection. Permission to publish your name.
Okay, let me first check. So it isn't any that gets me yeeted. Okay, it isn't. This is the phone call.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, that's why you talk. Hold on. Oh, ah! Yo, what's up, nigga? What's up? What's going on? What the hell you got going on, my brother? Shit, just popped out. I had court today, bro. I've been stressing, boy. I got a warrant with Mitch. I went to court this morning. I ain't bring that shit up, so I'm back out now. I'm sending up some shit right now. Me, Ted, and Rose, send some shit up. They got some bad. You know what I mean? Soon as that shit go through, I'm a blessed, bro. Seen about 500 now. How many of the phones there? You know, I'm in Rice Street, son. I know, nigga, they got a phone down there. Yeah, that shit upstairs though. Oh, it's upstairs. What's going on? They got me on PC with the boy Luch. Oh, they was on PC? Yeah, I ain't find out what I can get for that, bro. Huh? Man, find out what I can get for that, bro. Get for what? You know what I'm talking about. I know what you can get for. I just told you why I'm at. Okay, so what you need me to do? Find out what I can get, man. I just told y'all who I'm in the drawing with. Who you in the drawing with? Lucha, nigga. Oh, you in the drawing? Yeah. No, I'm gonna make a call right now. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know when you gonna make the call back. Man, I call back any time, bro. I've been trying to call you, bro. I know if one nigga gonna make sure nigga straight, bro, Obama gonna do it, bro. Obama gonna make sure nigga do it. Man, yeah, you know that, but we got down. I'm finna just put some. I'm finna put something in some folk ear and see. What, you know what I mean? What they gonna send to you? You got down. What you want? I need a lawyer, bro. I need a lawyer and for it. Yeah. You do, and that's a big fear right there. If you get that boy, so shit, I don't see nobody not fucking with you, bro. If you handle that business, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. I was trying to get dollar numbers so I can holler at Slime, man. I know I was gonna holler at him about that shit on the phone, but he gonna catch a nigga drift just like you did caught drift. I'm gonna pull up to the Yo tonight. Bro. Boom, just pull it out. I'm gonna pull up to the Yo tonight. That bitch ass supposed to be sending me something, bro. I'm gonna pull a shout to the side on some one-on-one shit and just ask him shout. Hey, yeah, bro. And tell him my situation too, bro. I already know he done heard about it. You know I'm gonna tell him, bro. I got you, bro. Yeah, who all right now? Yeah, me, Ted, Rose, Chill. Look, hey, tell Rose, be on the phone. Who it is? Big red line, man, nigga. Man, stop playing on me, boy. What's going on, boy? What's up, nigga? What you doing, man? You good? Yeah, just nigga trying to make it. I ain't complaining. I'm alive, man. I'm gonna get something for you. Give me like Monday. I got you. Yeah. What are you going? I'm gonna get it too. If you can cash up some baby mama. But goddamn, if you want to like drop it off, it's, my girl staying in Lakewood. All right. Obama got the number? Yeah. All right, my phone there. I'm gonna get my Obama. I got you. Hey, yeah, man. Just hold your head, nigga. Oh, it's not good. Huh? You got it, man. Nah, they got me on PC with the op boy. Oh, PC. Yeah, they got me right here with Lucci. Oh. Tell me, give you something now. Huh? Tell me, give you something now. Man, I'm trying to holler at slime, man. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yo. Yeah, hey, Obama. Yo. Yeah, man, that's fake shit, you do that, though. I know you gonna got that shit ain't good, but I mean, you got that. I already know, bro. I already know the situation, bro. But like, if I bust at some of these folks, know what I mean, let you handle that business. And if I want you to handle that business, then got down. Yeah. You know, hey, when you get a chance, call me back, bro. So I can talk to you one-on-one. I got a lot of ears around. All right, got down. Yeah, that's so. Hey, who right there with the cash up, man? One of y'all got cash up. I got cash up. I ain't got nothing on it right now, baby. Oh, yeah. So girl, tell her to lock me in. As soon as I get some more cash up, I just need some. All right, bro. Love y'all. I love you, back, bro.
And we'll stop playing at 11:18 into the call. My first, do you know why Mr. Eppinger was in jail?
Allegedly.
Were you aware of a shooting of a police officer on Cleveland Avenue in February of 2022?
Yes, I heard about it.
And did you have any knowledge if Mr. Eppinger was a part of that shooting?
I know he was arrested for it.
Now, on that call, Mr. Eppinger reached out to you to get permission to stab Lucci?
I mean, yeah, he called me. Yes, he called me.
Do you know why he would have to call to get permission to stab Lucci?
I mean, that's another conversation. I left where it was. I never took the next step to reach out to nobody to try to hurt nobody.
I'm not so sure if this is about asking for permission. It is somebody trying to get money for doing something, and nowhere in evidence is there that this even reached Mr. Williams, because whoever heard it brushed it off. Maybe because they knew, first of all, Mr. Williams won't even entertain it. Second of all, I don't want to bring it to him because then he will kick me out, as Mr. Williams did with other people who screwed up. Remember, some people was in Mr. Williams' close with or in the proximity of Mr. Williams until they screwed up. Then they were gone. Nobody wanted to be gone. So nobody brought this to Mr. Williams. So a twat saying something on a phone, oh, you think I can get money out of this? Or a permission? Garbage.
Just idle conversation. I was just talking to be talking. I didn't.
I understand. My question is though, do you know why he would have to get permission to go stab Lucci?
He ain't got to get permission. He a grown man. He can do what he want to do.
So why was he calling you to get permission?
Sustained.
When he was asking for permission, who did he want you to reach out to?
I don't know. I said I put something. I know. I just replied like I put something in a couple people's ears. So
Who were the couple people's ears that you were going to put something into?
nobody.
Okay. When he says that I've been trying to get Dolly so I could talk to Slime, who's Dolly?
Mr. Williams have a sister named Dolly.
Okay. And then who is Slime?
Somebody in the car. I guess he referring when he said that. I guess he put Slime and Dolly in the same sentence, so I just assumed he was talking about Mr. Williams.
Going back to your plea agreement, did you tell us who Slime was in that call when you took your plea?
Can I see the plea?
Sure. So you again, page 420 VV. I'm gonna direct you to page 3 of 6, and you can just read this to yourself first. We're gonna look at number 11. You said probably, I assume. I'm asking you, who was it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said at first.
What did he say? I didn't hear it either. I think he said like.
Dark Lotus, where is his lawyer? Probably somewhere there, knowing he can't do anything about what's going on the stand, sadly. In Fulton County, if your client is on the stand, you can't object because you are not a party in this matter. He is a witness. The guy on the stand has to, can I talk to my lawyer or something of the sort? But every objection in that courtroom has to come from the defense or the prosecution. So his lawyer is probably somewhere being frustrated.
I just told you that or something. Did you get it?
I said I just told you. I just told her who.
Did you say you assumed who it was, or was it Slime?
I just, like, from the conversation, I just put 2 and 2 together. He put Slime and Dolly in the same sentence, so I just figured he was talking about Mr. Williams. I know.
When you said you were gonna pull up to the yo, what were you referring to?
I was talking about the studio, but I was lying.
And when you were lying, what were you telling him you were gonna pull up to the studio and do?
I probably was saying to yo just to make him think that I was gonna pull up on Mr. Williams, but I never really gonna pull up on Mr. Williams. I never gonna go ask him that like that. I don't even know if they know each other, so I know I wasn't gonna go ask him that like that.
Did you tell him, or did he tell you that he just needed a lawyer for that?
Yes, he said that in the car.
And did you tell him that would be a big fee if you get that?
I was just talking to him. So I was just.
Now, in that call, did you also say that Funk just pulled off?
Yes, I think I said it in the car.
Who is Funk?
Who is Funk?
Yes.
Funk.
Okay. And is Funk also Mr. Williams' brother?
Yes.
Now, back in 2022, when this phone call took place, was YSL having a beef with YFN?
What's YSL having a beef with YSL? I mean, I had a problem with them.
What was your problem with YFN?
They had them just killed my friend. I mean, I ain't saying they had what it. I don't know who, but people were trolling like they killed one of my friends. So like, it's just something I took personal. I can't say how everybody else felt.
And is that, are you referencing Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Now, do you know someone by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
And does he have a nickname?
Wood.
And do you know someone by the name of Zay?
Zay?
Yes.
Yes.
And have you been in conversations with Zay about Woody being harmed in prison because of his status with YSL?
Yes, I heard the phone call earlier.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to that phone call?
Yes.
All right. Showing you what's been marked as 422 VV. Do you recognize your initials on 422 VV?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
I signed.
And is that the call that we were just referencing with you and Zay?
Yes.
Around this time, state would like to admit 422 VV.
Admitted.
And permission of.
Monk Tunk was not his own lawyer.
And while that
I see that in the chat. Monktunk had a lawyer. He was not his own lawyer. I'm quite sure this guy also has a lawyer. Problem is they can't do much as their witness is on the stand.
Is getting loaded. Were you arrested for the charges in this indictment, 22 SC 183 572?
Yes.
All right. And where were you arrested at? Not an address, but a
in
location.
the cab,
Was it a house, an apartment, or something else?
a house.
And when you were arrested, did the officers who came arrest you, did they take pictures inside of your home?
Yes.
And did they find a bandana and a gun inside the house?
Yes, that's what they found.
Did they find the gun underneath a bed or a mattress in the room that you were staying in?
I mean, I had Jay came to the house, so yes, I guess they did.
And was that a picture of the bandana and the gun that was found when they arrested you?
Yes, but that's what they found. I'm wrong. I ain't wearing no bandana. I'm not having no bandana.
Was the bandana found in the room that you were in?
The room that they said I was sleeping in, yes.
Is that the bandana and the gun that was found in the room that they say that you were sleeping in?
Yes.
You're on this time to stick with like that 416 DB and 417 DB. Is your minute? All right, admitted.
Yo, gang.
Yo.
Well, I miss you, bitch. I hear.
I've been doing
I know. I know. Listen, man. I just got a phone with the boy Woody, right?
Yeah.
Woody just coming down the road, right? So boom, they did jump on him. They did that, but he was like they tried to put him on the door and all that. But he said the game tab boy came and talked to him.
Ashley Merchant is Mr. Arnold's attorney, and Mr. Arnold's will not be testifying. He's off the witness list. Now, will they try to call him for a possible rebuttal case? I don't know. But Ms. Merchant has told the court and the prosecution she will not, and Mr. Arnold will not allow anybody else than Ms. Merchant represent him, that she demanded a 5-day notice before he was supposed to testify, and that she would be in the courtroom during the testimony. And they have had, as Ms. Merchant pointed out in her letter to the court, they have had Mr. Arnold there on 2 occasions in the courthouse, prepared to testify, just to find out, no, we're not calling you. Over and over again. So she told the court, this is not acceptable. They have up until November 15th to call him. After that, I'm not available. And the judge agreed. You will have 5 days, and it has to be before November 15th. So, yeah, Miss Merchant scared she is scary. She is scary good. And she terrified the prosecution to the extent that they're not calling Mr. Arnold.
And all that shit. So he dug right here, man. And long story short, he based on some bro. That YSL shit over with, bro. Nigga got started a whole new name. Like that, how he coming at me like, bro, that shit so fucking hot right now, bro. He like, bro, you gonna go to jail, bro. Niggas going to jail, bro. Them folks trying to lock nigga ass up, boy. This shit, niggas in jail no more than us because we on the street.
Yeah.
Freelancing. They know because them folks from the bone folks. You feel what I'm saying?
Sure.
Man, bro, nigga really got to backstage this shit for a little bit. Like, really not even like, I'm not giving up on game, period. It's like, it's so much going on, this shit, bro. Like, bro, it's so much going on, bro. Like, yeah, it's a lot going on with that shit, bro.
Yeah, I think they got filed back. That's how
they got kind of filed back because there's so much going on. Like, I saw the Woody. He called me. He was like, bro, vape, bro. About 3 niggas done push up on me, talking about your name. Talking about, boy, I'm on the vape, Woody. Them folks pushing up on Woody. Them folks trying to get some screening down there about y'all. You feel me? Because I heard he got jumped on. I sent word down. Like, bro, y'all need to eat anything that's up. You feel me?
Yeah.
Them folks pushing up on Woody. So Woody finally called like, vape, boy, you hell. He like, boy, I'm proud of you. Boy, I'm like, what? He was like, boy, hey, man, you standing on business, you feel me? So I go and tell him about you. I'm like, man, I'm standing on business too, you feel me? He was like, oh, yeah, y'all the one. I'm like, yeah, that's my man, you feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah, though, but
I was just telling how niggas put up, niggas ain't outside. You like, man, he say, baby, I know that, bro. You like, bro, niggas ain't, everybody ain't like that, bro. And you give me the rundown, like, you know, we want a nigga who I really just sit down and listen to. Shout really smart.
Yeah.
Shout very intelligent, like, and he know when something like, you like, but that shit hot right now. They just chill, bro. Like, just chill, bro. Like, I know he's basically like, bad y'all nigga want to go do something, but you can't right now. He said it's impossible. He said it's impossible. He said, yeah, you gonna end up in jail. He said, because they watching. When you think they ain't watching, he said they own nigga ad, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, you gotta chill, bro. Just tell Game or tell Rose them to chill. You feel me? Tell Chad them to chill for a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They tell nigga backstage, bro. Like, just chill and just lay low. You feel me? Until it's time. You know what I'm saying? It's time for everything.
Yeah, they about to lay low. Lead about end of June. I'm finna say beginning of June, but shit, June about 30 days away.
Yeah, June about 30 days. 30 days. We'll be all right. About good. Nah, not too much. I get too much because when
that's why I said. I said I was finna say June, but June just 30 days.
No, listen. I'm still coming around gang. I ain't
shit, me too.
I'm just finna. I'm finna go listen. I'm finna stop.
Niggas gotta move. Niggas just gotta move better, bro, and start posting just like miscellaneous stuff.
Nigga gotta stop posting that YSL shit. You can't post no YSL and
shit like that.
Yeah, but nigga know what's up. Everybody know what's up. I'm finna start right here and grab this food stamp card, and I'm finna ride to my house. Then I'm gonna pull up on your spot, bro. I'm pull up on you today, bro.
All right, say no more.
All right, bro.
If you come straight here, bro,
I'm bringing your ID today. That's why they told you I'm finna go to the house and get your ID and come straight to you. All right.
And did you ultimately take a plea in this case, Mr. Sumlin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 421 BV. You recognize Exhibit 421 BV?
Yes.
And is that a copy of your
Copy of the indictment on my plea.
The indictment.
The copy of the indictment.
And do you see your?
Yes, I tried. Yes.
And your signature.
Yes.
Your Honor, state would like to amendment 421 BV as a self-authenticating document, but Mr. Sumlin has recognized 421 BV as a certified copy of his conviction.
All right.
In 22 SC 183572.
All right, it is admitted, and ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I want to remind you that you've now just heard evidence that Mr. Sumlin pled guilty to some charge or charges in this indictment. And I'm going to caution you that the co-defendant Sumlin's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal act or acts to which he pled. You're not to consider this defendant's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. And again, as I've told you before, each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of any of the charges with which either of these defendants is currently accused.
And I have no further questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Is there cross for this witness? All right, go ahead.
One of the reasons I hate plea deals. Because how do you not factor that in? That this guy pled to charges in this case. And the way the prosecution does this, by putting people in jail without bond, which is apparently the absolute standard for everything. Let them rot in there for months or even years. And then, here's a plea deal. You can be home. That's coercion. Clear coercion. And then they use it in trial against others. No, if your evidence is strong, you don't need any plea deals. You don't need somebody scared shitless in jail signing anything to get home to prove your case. Let evidence speak for themselves. The more you embellish, the less of a case you have. And here we are, soon a year in to this damn trial, and all they have is shit evidence, bad plea deals, corrupt investigators, corrupt prosecution, and one recused judge. That's the entirety of this case. What this case has proven for me is that possibly millions worth of stuff went missing from searches to evidence locker. We know that a couple of the people who testified here actively destroys evidence. Actively destroys evidence. The only thing for me this case has proven is that the criminals in this case are members of the Atlanta PD and the prosecution. All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sumlin. My name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick. I believe you said earlier you know him as Yak Gotti, correct? Yes. Okay, so I'm just going to refer to him as Yak Gotti when I talk about him. Yes. Okay. There was some discussion earlier about a phone call between you and Polo, Mr. Dorsey. You remember that conversation? Yes, sir. And you were saying that you just kind of say, when someone asks you to do something about this particular issue, you just say yes, yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Why do you just say yes, yes, yes?
I mean,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I was just having idle conversation. Like I never took the next step there.
So sometimes when you're having a phone call between someone in jail, someone not in the jail, you'll just say whatever, yes, 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 just to get off the phone. Is that right?
Yes.
Just to have idle conversation and move on.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about this plea that you took for a minute. That plea that you took, it required you to stay away from the other defendants in this case. You recall that?
Yes.
So you can't have contact with any other defendants that were in the same indictment as you, correct?
Correct.
Now, you're accused in this indictment of trying to harm Rayshawn Bennett, YFN Lucci, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're also accused of this indictment of trying to harm Harold Clements, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you required to stay away from them in this plea deal that you took?
Oh, Doug finds the most interesting loopholes. So the prosecution in their plea deal told you, this guy, you are not to contact the defendants. But the guys he has pled guilty to trying to harm, he can hang around with them as much as he wants. The prosecution actually missed that part of the plea deal that tells him, do not go near your alleged victims. That's how little this prosecution cares about victims.
Or let me take that back. Would you be surprised, if I can have you look at it if you'd like, would you be surprised that you're not required to stay away from them?
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
Given that you took a plea deal and that you're accused of trying to harm those two individuals, were you surprised that they didn't require you to stay away from them?
Sustained.
All right, I've got no further questions for you.
All right, Mr. Shardy, questions? Yes. Go ahead.
Good on you.
Mr. Sumlin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We've never spoken before, have we?
Never.
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 Okay. Well, my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. And the first thing that interested me, you said that you have known Shannon for 20 to 25 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know you said you were born on Cleveland Avenue. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay. At some point, did you move in your childhood?
No, I never had no brothers, so I went to school in the Thomasville in the Four Seasons area with my cousin.
Okay. So you went to school in Thomasville in Four Seasons.
Yes, I went to Thomasville Elementary and I went to Price Elementary. I mean Price Middle.
Okay, in Thomasville, that's it. Those are in the Thomasville Heights community, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's where you met Shannon.
Yes, sir.
Through going to school, and we're talking about elementary school. Right?
Yes, sir.
You met him in elementary school in the Thomasville Heights neighborhood, which is separate from Cleveland Avenue.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've known Shannon for some time.
Yes, sir.
Do you know Shannon's grandmother, Miss Betty?
No, I can't say I know his.
Okay, did you know him to be raised by his grandmother? Do you know that?
I didn't have personal. I never, we just see each other outside like little kids. Like I never asked him about.
Okay, fair enough. So you never been to his house, and he's
No,
never
I
been to
know.
your house or
No,
anything like
no.
that. You just knew him.
Yeah, I just know.
Okay. Have you ever tried to rap?
Middle school.
Okay.
Tammy, I'm so sorry to hear that you're day 15 of migraine. Please take care of yourself. Please take care of yourself. Please. Everybody, well wishes to Tammy that she gets, that her migraine goes away and that she feels better soon. Okay? Okay, thank you. Yeah, Tammy, please get better. We miss you here in the chat. We miss you here.
And as growing up, as part of your friendship with Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Friendship with. Do you have a friendship with Mr. Kendrick? Is that fair to say?
I mean, we cordial. We speak.
Okay. Do you know other hip hop artists besides those two?
Somebody from the area. Or
In Atlanta. Do you know Willie Lee?
What's his real name? I mean, what's his slime? I mean, what's his
Slime Life Shorty?
Yeah.
So you know Miss Slime Life Shorty?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been to studios before?
Yes.
Have you seen people making music?
Yes.
Do you follow music?
Yes.
Do you listen avidly to hip hop?
Yes.
Rap?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know about drill music?
Yes.
Okay. Is drill music present in Atlanta?
Now?
Yes.
Yes, right now. That's what I was saying. Now it is.
Now it is. It's popular in Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
Drill music is very violent.
Yes.
Common threads of drill music. Ops. People talk about ops a lot.
Yes.
That's the opposition.
Yes.
Now, when I say people talk about ops a lot, I'm not talking about YSL or YFN. Okay, I'm talking about drill music throughout the country and throughout Atlanta and throughout the country.
Yes.
They all talk about ops, don't they?
Yes.
Okay, red lights. Red lights. Stopping at red lights.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a common theme of drill music?
Yes.
Throughout the country, not just in Atlanta.
Yes.
Not just YSL.
No.
Not just YFN.
No.
Okay. What about glizzies? What's a glizzy?
Gun.
A gun. Is that a common theme, a common term used in drill music?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Not just YSL.
No.
Not just Atlanta.
No.
Not just YFN.
No.
How many people that you grew up with, would you say very few or a whole lot want to become rappers?
A lot. A lot.
Okay. How many people actually make it to the point that they're making money?
Only a handful.
A very small percentage?
Yes.
Okay, but that doesn't stop people from trying, does it?
Oh, sir.
Okay, and when you've seen your friends say Slime Like Shorty, you know Shannon to rap, don't you?
Yes.
You know him to try to make it.
Yes.
You know him to make songs that have ops in it, correct?
I mean, I know some of his songs. I can't just think
Okay,
of that.
that's fair. I don't. If you don't know, you don't know. Okay, you know Shannon been trying to make it in rap.
Yes.
Going to the studio, working on his craft, promoting himself, correct?
Yes.
Putting songs on YouTube.
Yes.
Much like many other people that you've seen growing up. Okay. In your observation, all these people that are trying to make it for these very few spots at the top, is there a competition?
What you mean by that? Like, what you mean? Like, is somebody trying to be better than them?
Yeah.
That's I can say it's a competition.
In these songs, is there a competition about who's the baddest, the
Yes.
toughest, the most violent?
Yes.
Who does the most on the street?
Yes.
Who's to be feared?
Yes.
Who has the biggest guns?
Yes.
Who's got the most bodies? You've heard that in songs, right?
Yes.
Okay, not just in Atlanta.
Worldwide.
not just worldwide. Even in London, right?
Okay. I can't
Okay. You're not familiar with drill music in London. Okay. All right. So these are common themes, and that's part of the competition, is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've witnessed that firsthand.
Yes.
With people you grew up with.
Yes, sir.
Okay. From observing the people that you grew up with make these boasts in their songs, are those boasts, the things that people claim they did, are those always true to your knowledge?
Sustained.
If people killed as much as they claim they do in songs, would the streets of Atlanta, the streets of this world, just be depleting of population at this point? Would there be dead bodies everywhere if everyone was really doing what they were saying?
Sustained.
I'll move on. Let's talk about your involvement in this case, Mr. Sumlin. You're out, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're happy to be out.
Yes.
Okay. Originally, you were charged with 2 conspiracies, one to murder Harold Clements with Cordarius Dorsey, one to murder, or to murder Rashawn Bennett, and you're allegedly conspired with Christian Eppinger, and then you're charged with gang activity based on the conspiracy with Christian Eppinger, and you were then charged with conspiracy, I already said it, to commit murder with Mr. Dorsey, and then the RICO case.
Yes.
RICO count. And I was very inartful there, but it's 4 counts, RICO, 2 conspiracies, and a gang case, a gang count, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember what day you were arrested on this case, on this indictment?
May the 11th.
Okay. On May 11th of
22.
Okay, May 11th, 2022. And that's when they came to the house and took those pictures?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you were able to, you were represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you and your attorney moved for bond?
Yes.
All right. And bond is when, after you're arrested, you're able to pay money and be released while the case is pending, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you moved for bond, the bond hearing was heard by Judge Glanville, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And at that bond hearing, the prosecutors were at their table, correct?
Yes.
And at that bond hearing,
Well, I'm gonna check too. This line of questioning being relative to the bond.
It's inclined to sustain that if you want to approach and
I
discuss
can-
this.
I
we
can
do
approach.
that. Why don't we take our afternoon break anyway?
Yeah.
And Mr. Sumlin,
The prosecution is very, very nippy about talking about the bond hearings, where they claim this person is so dangerous, a danger to society, a menace to society. So we can't have him on the streets. We cannot have him on the streets at all. Ooh, he's so dangerous. He's so dangerous. And the moment he signed the plea deal, he's out on the streets.
it's just here.
But here we are.
we do it at the bench or just do it here? No, the jury's out. Okay.
So, Your Honor, I believe this is relevant because when this gentleman,
Kind of let me know where you're intending to go with it.
I'm going into his plea when he pled to an agreed probationary sentence only after he signed the state's factual acknowledgments.
Something to do with bond.
Well, because the state is fighting against bond. He's not given bond. He's stuck in jail. Those are all factors, being stuck in jail, not
Okay.
given bond, are
I
all
mean,
factors.
If you want to just ask, was bond denied? And
Well,
I would say,
I'm-
yep, I was stuck in jail. That's fine.
I appreciate that, and I will ask that if the court limits me. What I'd like to ask is about the state objecting to bond, because I think that is relevant, because on one hand, they're saying, this guy is a danger, do not let him out, and then as soon as he signs the form that they wrote, then release him on probation. And I think that's relevant, and right now, I think it's relevant for the jurors to know that they have this document in front of him, and it might explain his demeanor, it might explain.
Okay, so, I mean, are you going to ask, did the state oppose bond? Yes, they did. And you ultimately, bond got denied. You had to stay in jail. Is that the gist of it? I mean, we're not going to go into a whole lot of, they said this.
No,
they
no, no.
said- Okay. All right, that's fine. Need any clarification or want to voice any other objections?
Your Honor, they still believe that it's hearsay what happened at this bond hearing and affecting your full fine, but we understand the court instructions.
Okay, all right. We'll take our break as well.
Thank you.
Okay, and through magic of recapping, we are back.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sumlin, a couple more questions. On direct, you talked, I think we played one of the phone calls and you talked about those phone calls you had with Mr. Dorsey and Mr.
I thought he was allowed to talk about the bond.
Eppinger. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about the phone call with Mr. Dorsey first. How long have you known Mr. Dorsey? Since 2017?
It's February 15th.
Of 2017?
Yes.
Sir? Of 2017?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And you and Mr. Dorsey were in custody on that day when
Yes,
you
sir.
met him, correct?
Yes, it was in prison.
So that call, Mr. Dorsey called you. You did not call Mr. Dorsey.
Right.
And Mr. Dorsey was in jail and you were not in jail.
Right.
Okay. And he called you about bringing some harm to a person named Mr. Harold Clements. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any problem with Harold Clements?
I didn't even know Harold Clemens.
Could you speak up? Just
I didn't even know Harold Clemens.
Okay. And did you said that Mr. Dorsey gave you some instructions?
Right.
And is it fair to say, is this fair recapping your testimony that you hung up the phone and moved on with your life?
Right.
Okay. You did not act on what Mr. Dorsey was
No.
asking you to do.
Right.
Okay. And then you had another call from Mr. Eppinger.
Right.
Mr. Eppinger was calling about, the state was saying permission. Wasn't Mr. Eppinger really looking for payment? Isn't that what it was? It wasn't permission, it was payment.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Eppinger, and I know you said alleged, we'll say alleged, but he was accused of doing something really crazy and idiotic. He was accused of shooting an officer
Yes.
who was trying to arrest him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of, and this officer, to your knowledge, if you know, this officer was trying to arrest him on a separate warrant, and that's when Mr. Eppinger shot the officer.
I think that was the situation.
Okay. And then Mr. Eppinger, after shooting the officer, ran away from the officer. So to at least prolong before he got arrested.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of anyone in this case, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, anyone on the indictment other than Mr. Eppinger? Did you ever hear of anyone encouraging Mr. Eppinger to shoot that officer?
No, sir.
So Mr. Eppinger calls you, and he's in jail now for shooting the officer and for the case that the officer was trying to arrest him for, correct?
Yes.
And then he starts asking you how much money he could get because he needed to hire a lawyer.
Yes.
Is that what he said to you?
Yes, I think he said. Yes, I think he said it in the call.
Okay, and from the call, he told you that he was locked up with Lucci, right?
Yes.
And at first, when he gave you that information, you didn't even put two and two together why he was even telling you that.
No. No.
Oh, Albert's Revenge. How do you like Hilton's avocado suit today? I think it's slime green. Isn't it weird that the prosecution, once they try to get colorful, they dress in what they claim is gang colors?
Okay. In fact, you said, find out what I can get, and you said, for what? Was that on the call?
Yes.
And then you asked him, what do you need me to do?
Right.
The truth is, you looked at Mr. Eppinger as like a child that got himself into a very bad situation.
Correct.
His own doing.
His own doing.
And you hung up that phone and you didn't act on it Any more?
No.
So on December 22nd of 2022, you pled guilty.
Yes.
Okay. And before pleading guilty, you were still in jail. You pled guilty from jail, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. The plea took place in the courthouse, but you were brought over from the jail. You were not free on December 22nd of 2022, correct?
Folks, now I know where I've seen that green color before. Now I know what it is.
No, sir.
All right. And part of pleading guilty to what you pled guilty to was a condition was you had to sign this form, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you did not write this form.
No, sir.
You were given an opportunity. Were you given an opportunity to review this form with your lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you did not write this form.
No, sir.
And the letterhead on it is Fulton County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
After agreeing to what was written on this form and entering your guilty plea on December 22nd, 2022, you were allowed to go home, correct?
I went to Clayton County.
Oh, you had a hold in Clayton County. You were released on this case.
Right.
And you were transferred to Clayton County.
Yes.
And then since you've resolved your situation in Clayton County.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Ms. Weinstein, anything? Redirect? Okay.
Okay, redirect.
I think so on direct examination that there were people claiming to have killed your friends, Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford. Do you remember saying?
Why are you bringing up direct examination if it's cross-examination? No, she's talking about cross-examination. Yeah.
that?
Yeah, I said they were trolling on Instagram.
Trolling. Do you know if Lucci was affiliated with the people who were trolling on Instagram?
My personal knowledge, no, my personal knowledge, like when you ask that, what you mean? Like what you?
The individuals who were trolling, were they associated with YFN?
Yes.
And is Lucci associated with YFN?
Yes.
Have you ever heard the term dry snitching?
Dry snitch. Yeah, I heard it.
How have you heard that term?
I mean, I heard the term before. I can't explain how I heard it. I can't.
What is your understanding of what the term means?
I can't say what dry. I heard the term before, but I can't just say what it means.
Okay. Back in 2022, after you were arrested on this case, did you learn that your phone number, there was a search warrant for your phone number and there was a wire on your phone, a wiretap on your phone number?
Yes, man, I learned that yes.
And at the time, did your phone number end in 8711?
Probably did.
Court's indulgence. Nothing further, Ron.
That was it.
Sir, you were just asked about people trolling on Instagram after the Christian McMillan, Darius Ford double homicide.
Right.
Okay. And that was in March of 2022, correct?
Yes, I was locked up.
All right. The truth is, there were a whole lot of people trolling about that death, correct?
Right.
There was a whole lot of people claiming responsibility for Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford's bodies, correct?
Yes, sir, you were.
People.
Yeah, prosecutors. Why aren't those comments on Instagram, those videos on Instagram, those things on X? What did you investigate that, or were you too occupied in having your head buried so far up Fannie Willis' ass that you didn't care? You might have solved Mr. Drink's murder if you just poked out to get some air.
From YFN were on Instagram claiming their bodies, claiming responsibility, correct?
Yes.
People from PFK were on Instagram claiming responsibility for those same killings, correct?
Yes.
Members of the Henchmen.
Yes.
Henchmen is another rap collective
Yes,
on the
sir.
east side of Atlanta, correct?
Yes, sir.
People that were members of the Henchmen were also claiming responsibility for Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford's deaths, correct?
Yeah, it was a lot of people trolling about they death.
Okay, so there was at least 3 different groups and multiple people within these groups who were all claiming responsibility for the same deaths, correct?
Yes.
And they were doing it publicly, right?
Yes.
So the world could see.
Yes.
And all 3 of these groups are involved with rap music, correct?
Yes.
With drill music,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Sumlin, you are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Gerald Walsh to the stand.
Gerald Walsh. That sounds middle-aged. Let's see if I'm correct. I was correct.
Gerald Walsh, Walsh.
Good afternoon. How are you doing, Mr. Walsh?
I'm doing well.
Can you tell the jury where you currently are employed?
The Department of Defense, Cyber Crime Center, DC3. as a
Cybercrime
technical
Center.
instructor.
Oh, this is a
And
real
how long
glowy.
have you done that?
Since September,
Not
mid-September.
this fake Georgia Bureau of Investigation. So, this is an actual glowy.
Last year?
This year.
This year? So where did you work before then?
Here at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And how long did you work with?
Oh, for freak's sake. So here, folks, somebody please explain to me why so many members of the DA's office is allowed to testify in this trial. They have a huge interest in conviction, an enormous interest in conviction. Their supposed bias should disqualify them from testifying. Or the defense should be allowed to call the prosecution's team as well. But why? All of these people employed by the district attorney's office, now I understand they have investigators, but they are there to be a support for the cops. The cops are the people who are supposed to be investigating. Outside experts are supposed to be the guys, the people testifying, evidence and everything. But former employees, they have everything to gain from getting convictions. They are too biased. Well, as Pink Slime says, at least they've all been terrible witnesses. Yeah. But what is this guy going to do?
Over 7 years.
Now, can you describe for the jury before you left, what was your last position?
I was assistant chief investigator over the technology unit.
And in a
So
general
you're one
sense,
of
can you
those.
briefly,
Let's only look for things
summarize
that
what would be some of your
supports.
duties and responsibilities?
Digital forensics, meaning that I sought to obtain digital evidence off of different devices so that they could be used for the prosecution of crimes that occurred. And then also I was a wire room
We
administrator.
are about to
which we'll get
hear
more into.
what is it?
Because you just
Computer
brought it up,
records,
can you explain
car
what
records,
is a wire room
phone
administrator?
records.
So a wire room administrator just make sure that
Yeah, but let's get to his actual testimony.
What that involves.
So a wiretap is a lawful intercept of communications. And when I say lawful intercept, I mean it's a really big deal and should be the last kind of enforcement action that any agency would take. And you have to go in and explaining that in any kind of lawful intercept and explain the circumstances that got you there.
Your Honor, I can ask a couple other questions.
All right, go ahead.
So can you describe when a wiretap comes up, are you able to get voice calls that are made?
Yes.
Are you able to get text messages?
Yes.
Are you able, in some circumstances, or let me ask you this, with calls and messages, do you know the date and time the call is made?
Yes.
Do you know the number that is receiving or making the calls?
Yes.
Do you know if it's outgoing or incoming, excuse me?
Yes.
Now, and let me ask you this, what was your title or position as it relates to the wiretaps in this case?
Technical case agent.
And can you describe for the jury what wiretaps were obtained in this case in terms of who was the subject of the wiretap?
Blah, 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 blah. Skip.
Get that. Once you turn it off, it's off. You can't hear it.
Oh, wait.
In some circumstances or let me ask you this, with calls and messages, do you know the date and time the call is made?
Yes.
Do you know the number that is receiving or making the calls?
Yes.
Do you know if it's outgoing or incoming, excuse me?
Yes.
Now, and let me ask you this, what was your title or position as it relates to the wiretaps in this case?
Technical case agent.
And can you describe for the jury what wiretaps were obtained in this case in terms of who was the subject of the wiretap or the phone number that was?
I believe it was D'Amico Garlington and I remember the last name, Sumlin.
D'Amico Garlington and Antonio Sumlin, does that?
Yes.
Now, and when you had this up, is there a secure location where the wiretap, when it's live, so to speak?
Yes, it's always done in a secure location that is not made public due to operational security reasons.
And is there a process called minimization that you can explain to the jury?
Yeah, so every wiretap court order involves minimization rules that are administered by one of the assistant or deputy district attorneys within the district attorney's office that monitors the lawful interception. And these rules are given to anybody that's involved in monitoring the wiretap and really anybody that's connected to that particular investigation. But it's usually a short list of people, meaning that it's not discussed what's going on with anyone else and any of the agencies involved.
And let me ask you this, without getting into specifics, is there occasions where a wiretap call, the sound would go in or out in terms of that call would be minimized?
Yes, so a minimization rule, which can be different for each case depending on whatever the rules call for. But as a standard rule, whenever you listen to a particular target phone call, if you're looking for information about a particular crime or subject and that is not happening, then after a period of time, you must minimize that call, meaning that you stop the recording. And when you stop the recording as a monitor, you cannot hear anything that is being said on that particular phone call. And there's no way to go back later and get that.
Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient that every time there's a break in a call, oh, we just cut it out there because we didn't find it interesting. That's real damn convenient, isn't it? Real damn convenient.
Once you turn it off, it's off. You can't hear it, make any record of it. It's not.
Wiretap is complete is someone, for example, defense counsel, a prosecutor, law enforcement, whoever, that after something's complete, are they able to tell the date and the time of the call and listen to the calls that are not minimized?
Yes.
And does this medium contain that data, so to speak, that someone could use to review a wiretap after it's complete?
Correct.
And it pertains to the wiretaps that were conducted for
Where
Mr.
is
Garlington
it going
and
with
Mr.
this
Sumlin.
crap?
Correct.
And were you able to mark that medium after you reviewed it? I'm approaching the witness with what's marked as 437 Victor Victor. And is that a USB drive, Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
And is that the USB drive that you initialed?
It is.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the wiretap information for Mr. Sumlin and Mr. Garlington that you obtained?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender or move to admit 437 Victor Victor at this time.
It's admitted.
Before we admit it, could it be conditionally admitted? I'm just reiterating the prior objections and prior litigation that has already occurred regarding this, as well as conditionally subject to the litigation regarding the contents of that of that.
I'm not sure I follow you on the
approach.
conditional admission. Everything we've litigated, any objection you have that was overruled is reserved.
Okay.
Do you mean something beyond that?
No, that's
Okay.
what I'm hoping to do. Thank you.
That they are admitted over objection, your objections are reserved.
Yeah. I assume the objections is one of the reason is
And let me ask you, Mr. Walsh,
there's no way for the defense to actually check the work product here. They are getting handed a finished product where the cuts is already done, and all they have to rely on is the people who did the recording actually did stop and start at certain points. But it's admitted.
general was the beginning of these wiretaps in March of 2022.
Yes.
And was the ending of these wiretaps sometime in early May 2022.
Yes.
And were both of these wiretaps active at the same time, so to speak, in that window of time?
They were.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Role or assign. Do you know when you worked this wiretap, was the investigator Viverito have any role or assigned title as related to this?
Yeah, she was the case agent, which is different from the technical case agent.
And in a brief nutshell, what would your role be as the technical case agent?
As a technical case agent, my job was to get the connections made in between the cell carriers, the intermediary computer company that would control the collection data and servers and connect it with the server in the wire room.
And would in general, the case agent for wiretaps, what in general is their main role or function in this process?
Their job is to review all of the collections and to make sure that the minimization rules are followed and or if they need to be changed for whatever reason.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. No further questions, Your Honor, from the state.
And cross.
Okay, so it's only there. Okay, that thing is admitted. And then, oh, I'm just a technical thing. The rest is Marissa White Burrito going to testify about. That's it.
All right, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
Call Special Agent Bernie to the stand.
Special Agent Bernie. Okay.
He's a return witness, right? Is he returning? Okay, that's right.
I recognize that name as well. Has he been on
Good
before?
afternoon, Mr. Bernie, or Special Agent Bernie. I'm sorry. I'll just remind you that you're still under oath. You can go ahead.
Yeah,
and
it's been there before.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome back, Agent Bernie. How are you doing?
Good, good. Thanks.
Now,
Yeah, oh God, no.
multiple plotting as related to this case. Do you recall that?
Oh God, no.
Now,
No,
did you
no,
ever
no,
plot
no,
cell phone
not that
records
guy
related
again.
to
Folks,
or cell tower location related?
we are about to see endless PDF files and stuff. Oh God, no.
To the March 14th, 2022
Cell tower.
murder of Shamel Drinks.
I did.
Now,
This is probably the most unnecessary. We have the video. We have cops testifying. Everybody already knows that Mr. Drinks was at that cross. We already know about the cars. We know that Mr. Stilwell said, yeah, I was there and I left. Everybody knows that. This is the most unnecessary pile of shit.
I wanted to ask you, as it
Blah.
records for
Phone records, blah, 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 blah.
Shannon Jackson.
I did.
And at that type,
Yeah.
what does that Can you describe for the jury what that address is?
Yeah, we see the address listed up here. It's 400.
Yeah, folks. Yeah, I can't. Let's go directly to cross-examination. If they have one. Did they have one?
Yes, you know.
Understood. Thank you, Agent Bernie. No further questions from the state, Your Honor, at this time.
Is there a cross for this witness?
No questions.
No. Yeah. Oh God. Thank you.
You are excused, and I believe at this point released. Yes. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, could we get a brief break?
Sure. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so they are having a break.
A folder I should be looking at. What?
Yes, Your Honor, this is same, Dropbox folder.
Find that in my now deleted. And will it have issues for tomorrow, actually today? Is it that one? Okay. All right. Okay, and so it'll be the link that Ms. Hilton sent? Yes. Got it.
Okay.
Okay. Let me know which ones to click on.
I just opened the first one. For me, it just.
Mr. Short, please use the microphone.
Yeah, so my first one is 3282. Okay.
And I am objecting to this. I believe this is Mr. Kelvin Watts.
Oh, okay. This I know about. This is the evidentiary litigation regarding what Ms. White Burrito is to testify about. Because, of course, the prosecution hasn't prepared for it. This should have been done months ago. Instead, they are doing it now. And folks, Miss White Burrito is probably the state's final witness before they end their case in chief. She is there to tie everything together, especially when it comes to the drinks ending, which, yeah, is just stupid. But she is also a gang expert, so she will embellish her own testimony with her yeah. I suspect she will be on the stand the entirety of Thursday and Friday. The entirety of Thursday and Friday. On the stand, just babbling and babbling and babbling. As per usual, folks, recap from me. Thursday, I might go live Friday, but tomorrow, recap. I will start roughly at 3 p.m. roughly. That way, because then it is 9 p.m. where I am, and I might be done in a reasonable time. It is 3:20 a.m. where I am now, and I need to take a nap before I go to work. I had a nice long nap before I started my recap, and so that will be enough for me. All right, folks. Day 160. That everybody but one witness left from the state, and it is investigator Marissa Vivorito, or as I affectionately call her, because that is what the closed caption says, Miss White Burrito. Okay, folks. As per usual. Well, first of all, thank you to Erin for becoming a member. Thank you to Trish for your super chat, and thank you to Brooklyn for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for showing up day after day. Thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you for allowing me to try to translate this faster clock of a trial. And remember, we are not an unindicted co-conspirator. And folks, hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Okay? See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
In the courthouse where time stood still, generations pass on the hill. Prosecutors come and go, defense attorneys putting on a show. Old district attorney thought she was tight, came in to visit her tonight. They said justice was blinded by her sins. As the trial spun, no one wins. Endless trial like a river flows. Truth and lies, nobody knows. Corruption split tight as a vice. In this